Liberia's agenda for national growth. The social one, with the CEO is stand home with the strong, and you court, light in the sun of them. Charges over me. To get your information. You want to get a new content, to school. You want to know what is happening when I'm going to school. But if you show up to make that decision, just go to school. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to school. Yeah, go to school. You from Guatemala, Maryland, to the school. To the school. Let me get my president, my brother, to the school. You got a sporty, you got a sport, to the school. To the school. The CEO is stand home with the strong, and you go out and in the south of them. Charges over me. Get your information. Just to the school, you ain't know. With the children crying, just to the school. You want to get a new content, to the school. You want to know what is happening when I'm going to school. But if you show up to make that decision, just go to school. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the school. Go to school. To the school. You from what the CEO.
Rufus, welcome.
Thank you, James. Thank you so much.
Yeah, go ahead.
Technically, we have been faced with a lot of hitches along the way, but graciously, we are getting there. And how are you?
I'm okay. God morning me.
Trying to. How are you, James?
I said I'm okay. God morning me.
You're always minding us because he is the author and finisher of our faith, my brother.
Rufus, how you doing?
I'm grateful and always great.
That's good. James, good day. What's up?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm okay. God morning me.
My internet is okay, right?
Not that bad.
I don't know that it light, but you're not too clear.
No, I'm not saying look at my face. I said my internet is okay.
That what the
No.
internet, the result of the internet is not making you clear.
Okay. They'll work on something. No problem, James. I
Yeah.
know you don't want me on the show tonight, but that's okay. Are we good?
Yeah, we're good. You know,
Much better.
Are we good, James?
yeah,
It's better.
you
I can
manage a
switch
bit.
from one. I can switch from one internet to another internet.
I think it'll be
I
okay.
can
That
switch
will be
from
okay.
one internet to another internet. So
Yeah, it better you
what will
switch.
be okay?
You switch.
I'll switch again. I thought
But
you said
no,
I'm
you can
good.
manage with that.
I mean, one perfect. We don't want to manage. Am I good or I'm not good?
No, you better a
Huh?
bit. You better, but not like
Wait,
before.
wait, wait. Rufus, what made me a better update? You know, this thing, yeah, just tell me that. Rufus, you sleeping on us. So am I good or I'm not good? Which one? Tell me, man. We got to do this show today.
Anyway, you good, but not very good.
Not very good. All right, let me try
Yeah,
something. Try
you
to do.
good.
What is happening? From what I see, James is not used to that location. So maybe when you get to your usual spot is where he actually get the real picture. Uh, he's not used to that spot.
All right,
You know.
sportsman. Okay, sir. You good?
I see your freeze.
No, he's not freeze. He's working. Yeah, I think he freeze. He freeze. Yeah.
I told you, my young man.
But I told you his internet. I know better internet roofers. When the internet is not very stronger, sometimes the image you will see it getting
It
blurred
gets
somehow.
blurred.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's how he was looking.
Yeah. So it's gonna get better anyway. Let he go about the adjustment, and it'll be okay.
Yeah, Bossman, what's trending while we're waiting for him along with the rest of the team to join us?
As usual, Liberian politics will always be. Today, the vice president already played the role of the spokesperson for government. She did extremely well, even one may say, even more than some of the guys who are at that place to actually explain government own workings, like the way the vice president did. Trust
And they
me,
were sitting there at Bobos.
I gave her thumbs up. The vice president is actually good.
If I saw information minister, he was just sitting doing it. Just the way I do my hand. And I was
The
like,
vice
that your
president
job the
is
woman's doing.
the vice president is actually good, and she never even stuttered on any question that
Yeah.
was asked. She answered those questions with clarity and distinction.
I hope one day President Weah will do what she did.
Mahena ina one.
Why you do your face like that?
Mahena Easter. Uh,
No, I love what she did today.
no,
And
I was so impressed. More
yeah,
like she did communication, and, But anyway,
I think she's
she's a lawyer,
associated.
and
I think she's
she did
associated with communication. Yeah,
law. So
yeah, somehow.
basically,
Yeah.
answering question is nothing too hard for her. Explaining in details when it comes to the government policy. More like, come on,
You
if
know,
only.
yeah. They'll do our own while they're not here. When they come, we will be in the back.
if only the guys at the information ministry can copy it after the vice president in going about explaining government policy and what government is involved with. Trust me, the people won't actually fumble when it comes to the issue that has to do with rumor, because in communication, as a good public relation officer, what you have to do is to speak the facts and provide the information as you should, because information, mind you, is important as food, water, and shelter. You need all those things. So be it. The people need information. So if you are serving in that line of communication, and if you're not feeding the people with the basic information, what your opponent will definitely do, they will use that means to infiltrate with rumor. When they get into your system with that rumor, it level you now to come up with rebuttal. And while you're rebutting, they're getting another source to come up with another thing. So it's good that you be on the offensive than to be on the defensive. So when you're on the defensive, the pressure gets so tight on you.
Yeah.
So in communication, you need to always feed the people with the information, timely information as well.
Okay, I think the CEO is going to be okay. And I love how she did it today. Practically, she went over there to teach those guys how to do their job.
Yeah. Seriously?
Yeah, she could sit at her Capitol Hill office and talk, but it was just to teach. Okay, they are here. We can now take our seat.
No. Am I okay now, right?
You are very good.
See your era? That's your era.
No. You
Everybody
see what
get an
happened?
era. Like
No. I know the problem.
Uh-huh.
I went into my office to do the show.
Oh, okay.
And apparently the internet. We're getting a feedback though.
I think it's
Can we
okay.
mute something? No, I'm getting a feedback.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Oh, it was you, James. I see. It was James.
Yeah,
James.
we're okay. Yeah, we're okay now.
James.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah,
so
that stuff to all happening.
No, it's still happening, James. Turn it off. Turn everything off.
Nothing on.
All right, let me mute James for a minute, Rufus, and let's see what will happen. Rufus, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
So it's James. He got something playing in the back. I'm hearing myself again. All right. Rufus, maybe it's you. It's me. Let me take this stuff from my ear, man. Hello? All right, we're good. Yes, we are. Thank you, James. The brother from Whistleblower. Where you from, James? Whistleblower? So only Fissy player from Whistleblower.
Feasible.
Lord have
There used to
mercy.
be a tree in the town. That was the name. Around the town, they had a tree.
Yeah.
So warriors, according to people who lived before us, when they explain the story, the warrior used to go under that tree. So
Man,
they say that would name the town.
Stop that spider story.
That would name
Robert
the town in honor of this tree.
But I beg you, man, stop that spider story.
I give
That's
you
true, not
serious
whole
history.
water. Rufus,
Serious history of my town.
Rufus, let me open my situation. Let me mind my business. I believe that story. And we will go on a tree. I beg you, yeah.
You hear story.
I mean, listen, let me say something. Keep your story. I don't believe anybody can go on a tree. Forget that one, man.
Hey, God.
Rufus, God pour on earth. Then the man saying people can go on a tree.
No, I mean, they used to. No. The tree like this, when they're fighting, they will go there for shelter to go wait for their enemies. When they come in, then they launch attack.
Oh, so it was a big tree, like the sycamore tree. What's the edition go on there?
Sycamore tree, that flower there, that tree.
Oh man, you condemn the people tree?
That flower, that flower.
So the tree, people can go under the tree and go hide themselves. in time of war, right?
Yeah, during the
Man,
days of oh,
I may I beg you back. Forget that one. Go hire yourself on a tree. But what were the tree during the war? During the 1990-89 war? What was
we're
that
not
tree?
talking
The
about
tree doing?
1990. We're talking about in the 1800.
Okay,
Yeah,
1800.
way back.
Way beyond Jade. Way
Yeah,
beyond go
way
back.
back.
Okay. We understand, guys, but want to be grateful. My guys are coming on. Everybody got a hustle. They're working. They will be joining us. We got Edwin Snow coming on tonight. Our representative Larry Youngworth going to be on, and Alex is joining us because I heard today that Madam VP spoke, and she said everything is okay. Is that true? She said something like that, though.
Yes, she said some places 60%. Yeah, but she said they are on course. She said they are on course. Not like everything 100% though. Deployment will be
Hey
completed
God. Wait, you know
before
what? Don't
next
don't
week.
blame her though, because she was out of the country herself. So
And
she
she was
received
rushing to the
information, which is no, play some of the video. Just show a little bit. Like we're gonna
uh,
welcome our folks with some because I think the vice president is in error, and we got to discuss this thing. Oh God, even the old man they lying to her.
Their voices to encourage all citizens to ensure that they are counted. I've heard some people call that people should not be counted. I've heard other people say this is not going to happen. I hope my voice is as high as it is next to the president, calling on citizens across the length and breadth of our country to ensure that they are counted. We'll provide to the Ministry of Information, hopefully before the day ends, counting teams that are supervisors. So if someone has a question, they should call the county teams to have it resolved so we are sure of handling the issues county by county. The process of census goes beyond.
James. I think the old man is in error. I don't know who advised her though. I really like Madam Joy Howard Taylor. That's my old man. But somebody lied to her, man. I mean, this is a belated story. Like I was talking to someone today, said she 1 day, 1 minute late to the story. So we will play this continuously. We will invite our folks, and nobody's stopping numerators from coming to the door. Say, come and ask us question. No. But the issue is that the government missed this one. The government messed up on this one. And I think the vice president, president of the Senate, she will ask question. Having listened to everything, she should ask some questions. And I think that's where the issue is. We come on, man. James, don't do this, man. Don't tell me that exactly that's what she said, though.
she's speaking.
You sure it's not her double?
No, she's speaking. That entire video is 4 minutes. If you play it to the
Yeah,
end,
but
she explains everything that they are on course, everything.
yeah, but okay, is Representative Larry Youngquart in studio?
No,
No,
Not yet. I think she's in error, man. I think she's in a big error. And,
she also talked about her voice being higher, and she called on you, I mean the media, to also help and extend her message.
but that's what we're about to do tonight because I think she's in error. No, seriously.
Yeah.
That's the reason why when you leave the country, the president out of the country, the vice president out of the country, the defense minister out of the country, and everybody just leaving. There's no order. Hey man, Eric, that my old man. The VP that my old man, Eric, Eric Kumani. Don't do that, man. That's my old man. But we gotta correct the old man. You know, for them to tell her, hey, my man, Edwin Snow, I come on the show by. We'll play the video for you by. Yeah, the man watching in the bar and say, my man, come on the show by. Let take our own time and lecture. So they the show for you. But wait, James. You sure she said that though? Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
CEO.
Yes, sir.
Respectfully, the vice president played a stabilizing role. Basically, you understand that as a good communicator in this kind of situation, you stabilize the situation by giving hope while the process is ongoing.
I mean, we're not in the church, but that Jesus Christ will do that one. We're not in the church.
That's serious treasure.
Yeah, but lead that deacon team, lead that thing to the door. Lead that deacon team. Just do this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and let move forward. Yeah, man. Then, oh my God, said that there's somebody allowed to her. Then he said, serious day, stabilize, hope. Listen, Rufus, I will say this to you.
It's not to work at joy.
712 out of the Oma.
Imagine me think about my days of.
No. 712 out of the Oma.
It's not to work at joy.
I'm not saying it, but the person saying it. They said 712 can join the VP to speak on the census issue. That's true. I was about to say. Rufus, your man, Fidel say you're a scary crow. That's why you doing hope for the hopeless. Fidel just texted me. He said Rufus scared.
Hope for the hopeless.
No, it's not about being scared.
Rufus, hold on 1 minute. Rufus, hold on 1 minute. I'm not to allow to the Oma. You know what? I found the other part of that clip that said they didn't know that Lawrence George was indicted by LDCC. Is it on that also? Oh yeah, I found everything about it. So tonight we're gonna talk about our Oma VP. Hey man, the Oma made a mistake. I mean, I hear myself. Let me take something off. Maybe I'll be better. Yeah, let me tell you. I go buy the news something and mess with my ear up. I'm gonna keep this on. Let people see. Abraham Sanakoyo say 712 Kajo the Oma. That's a good one.
Abraham, you're not going.
Oh Lord have mercy. I mean, 712 a bad dude, man. I'm telling you, that guy is bad. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Can you hear me? Yeah, but remember, you're talking about you shake your head. It doesn't
we are hearing you, CEO. We are hearing you.
I talking. Can you hear me? Make melody. The thing I get back on the thing again. Okay.
We hear you.
Let me see what I would do.
You have to put it by in the panel. Yeah, you're good.
Man. All right, hold on 1 minute. Let me go back on this. But this.
You have to call it off. When you call it off, it will not happen.
Yeah, I am. I'm going to turn it off.
Yeah.
Right.
Or just turn the Bluetooth off.
All right, it's off. We're good, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Very good.
So let me say something though. Senator Joe, the VP, to speak on the census issue. She got no reason. She left the country. She ran. The president out of the country, VP out, everybody out. Now they're coming back to show face. But you know who actually said information minister Ledger was running? I heard they're about to fire him. So he's scared like hell. He wasn't part of, I don't know. Listen, I don't know how true it is.
And today I did not see him doing nothing. He was just sitting.
No, he did something. He put out a statement.
I mean, during the press conference.
He threatened the information ministers, but you got it right. It was in the chat room.
Yeah.
Go in the chat room. Found that. Yeah. And we're gonna tell all that, man. We're gonna tell the folks exactly what's going on. The VP was in absolute error, and we should open the phone line because we praying that census take place. We want it to be done, but guess what happened? The people have eaten the money. Samuel 12, all these people have eaten the money. And, you know, Alex Kim has said it. So we just left at the mercy seat of God. You know, Alex going to be coming on, by the way. Alex will be joining us tonight. Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow will be joining. We're expecting Larry Youngquay to be on. And we all will be fine having a wonderful conversation. Please bear with us. It is what it is. We're going to talk about other issues in the country. You know what happened? You guys remember when they talk about the drugs in the country, Rufus? You remember the drugs the DEA and the US folks discovered? The people that were arrested, guess what happened? They freed them.
The Calais.
They check up. And the question is, who freed them? This thing getting serious. Look at this one. The freedom. Suspect linked to the shipment of US 100 million cocaine to Liberia, released from Monrovia Central Prison. We are receiving information, Criminal Court C, George Freedom. We want to know whether it was done by the knowledge of Musa Dane. Let somebody talk to us, but we'll tell the Liberian people tonight why they free them. Why they free them, Rufus? The Americans are so mad. The Americans swear to the mind and power that somebody going to get in trouble. You know when we're picking growing, all right, and they say, I swear to my mind and my power. Before you remember that? You want to know that bad sweat. That one, that very bad sweat. The Americans swear to the mind and the power that somebody will pay. They are doing a very tough investigation. Somebody free them. We want to ask Councilor Dean what he know about this one. The people that brought drugs worth $100 million in the country. Freeing one of them, freeing all of them is a problem. For them to bring in more cocaine. Rufus talked to James. I think Edwin Snow called me. Let me talk to him. Talk to James about your money issue.
James. Yeah, muted.
Yeah, Rufus, I'm coming. I'm doing something.
You still muted, James?
I was getting a video. I told you to continue.
No.
Yeah, so tonight is going to be another beautiful night. The VP also talked about why she went at the Ministry of Information. She was asked why the president has not been speaking and why the Information Ministry is dormant. She spoke on that. So when the team gets set, they're going to talk more about that. All you need to do is invite somebody, tell them to call their friends, and you're going to get all.
Their voices to encourage all citizens to ensure that they are counted. I've heard some people call that people should not be counted. I've heard other people say this is not going to happen. I hope my voice is as high as it is next to the president, calling on citizens across the length and breadth of our country to ensure that they are counted. We'll provide to the Ministry of Information, hopefully before the day ends, counting teams that are supervisors. So if someone has a question, they should call the counted teams to have it resolved so we are sure of handling the issues county by county. The process of census goes beyond just the George Weah-led government. It is an important tool for development. This tool will be used to project all of what we need to do over the next 25 years. Where will roads be built? Where will schools be? Where are high schools supposed to be located? Where are women where are young people, where are men? How can they be put into a process that the development process will cover all of them? Each person that is counted across the length and breadth of Liberia, even if they are babies, provide important information that we need to set our development agenda forward. If you visit the areas across the country, some places you will go, oh, we need a small bridge because we can't reach the hospital. Or we need a school here. Maybe there's a school already next door. They will be looking at every building and every individual. At the end, a map will be drawn up so you see exactly where the schools are. Sometimes people want to build new schools. There's a school there already. What you have to do is to upgrade that school. So we help all of us, lawmakers, judiciary. There are places that there are no courts. So the entire process of the census is so important. No one should be left.
I'm sorry, I was speaking to Alex. Alex is coming on. I think it's too late for this good message the vice president is putting out there, folks. To tell you the truth, she should have done this long time ago. Am I mistaken, James Rufus?
No.
All this time, man, vice president, because they're number 7, and she just telling us the importance of census. Come on, man. They're number 7. I don't think we should. We're going to give her the benefit of the doubt, but I want to ask Edwin Snow, Alex Williams, and Mr. Youngquist when they come on. When the rest of the team join, I want to ask the question that, no, I think she's in error, man. All that good thing she's saying, where was she? In Ghana? In Zimbabwe? In Kenya? Somewhere around the world doing, working for Liberia, but yeah, Stephen Weir, Liberia is bleeding. Liberia is bleeding because I think the vice president is in such a big error. She should have remained silent. I know Oscar Dino, you said better late than never, but Oscar, there's nobody on the street. People that are on the street, they say asking for the sitting fee. I'm going to put a list up in Grand Judah. A lot of people. There's no door knocking. This is a joke. You know the importance of census? You should have been on top of these things. Lawrence George and William Smith, they work in the vice president office doing the NPP time. She knows them. She knows them very well. And maybe other people will come and say it, but I respect her though. But I think she's mistaken. This is part of the failure of the entire government. We're hearing that the president didn't know, vice president didn't know that Lawrence George was indicted by LDCC. You believe that, James Rufus? Number 1 and number 2 in the country didn't know that LDCC submitted a document that we have here, that Edwin Snow submitted a document in the Senate. Edwin Snow, DeLon, and the rest of them called on the government, called on themselves to do a vote of no confidence. You have it up, right? Let's play some of the stuff that Edwin Snow shared, James. Let's play some. I hope you didn't delete it now, James. Good day.
Presiding on the national level is the issue regarding wages. So presiding, I think the issue of wages is quite alarming. Yes, it may seem as allegation, but I think the Senate need to take charge of some of the widespread allegations coming out of wages. Is quite alarming. The level of corruption, the poor coordination.
You call it? We're not hearing you, James.
That's all. Let me play.
Presiding on the national level is the issue regarding wages. So presiding, I think the issue of wages is quite alarming. Yes, it may seem as allegation, but I think the Senate need to take charge of some of the widespread allegations coming out of Nigeria. It's quite alarming, the level of corruption, the poor coordination on.
Yeah, that's all. I should play the other one.
Yeah, play the other one. Play them.
I brought her out because the LSC report indict Mr. Wilmer Smith, Lawrence George, and Dominic Pay in their capacity as Deputy for Information and Coordination, Deputy for Administration and Controller of Legislation. For what? Negligence in the procurement process. I know. So if they are charged with,
You know, so we're going to play this thing. So let's wait for the guys, because Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow, Darius DeLong, some of the good people in the Senate, they spoke about this issue. You want to tell me that Madam VP didn't know? No, we're gonna open the phone line as Alex is coming on. He's still texting. Edwin Snow is coming on. Well, they spoke about this issue though. So how come, let me say, Madam Joa Howard Taylor now, want to get involved, saying that it is all well, people are getting paid? How come? I mean, this is a fair story. Let's discuss this. Where in the good heaven you think it was all okay when you found those guys speaking on this issue of census leges? But today we are hearing this from Madam VP.
Is key, like you are doing now, but the census, since the issue of the census and all issues been happening in the country, the president hardly speak to the people. They are concerned. The Ministry of Information, sorry to say, but people usually they are angry with the minister. One person said the Ministry of Information is a bobo. And today, the vice president, who is not the chief spokesperson of the government, is speaking on the issue of census, how the information coordination in your government. People are concerned about it. Why are you speaking on census when you're not charged with the responsibility to do that?
My responsibility as per the Constitution is to assist the president in the decision.
That will be talked about. The president is aware, he's making his speeches, everybody's aware of what he's doing. If there are issues here that we need extra voices, if I would not have my voice, then I would be not performing my function as per the Constitution. So I believe we should continue to work, all of us adding our voices to this important event.
Okay, and I'm also concerned about Berkeley County Prime and there have been this accusation from the former Deputy Director for Processing at Leges that Alex William, that the account of Leges has been deleted by Samuel Tua, the Minister of Finance, and the former Director General, the Smith Director General. I don't know whether you can tell us the status of that account, and then how prepared is this government in ensuring that after this entire process, we're not seeing the issue of protestations across the country for payment? Thank you.
Well, there is an audit report that has been done, and I believe that report will be received by the president and discussed. Whatever government has to do to ensure that this process is a free, transparent, and fair one to count all of our people will be done. This is in addition to the fact that we have international partners, UNFPA, work, and a lot of parties are involved in this process. So I'm sure we'll look at all of the shortfalls, adjustments will be made, and we land on the footing by the grace of God.
Gloria coming to this.
Rufus, you're talking in the back. So, James, she said it's an audit report. She didn't talk about the LCC recommendation. So this one is something that we need to really dig into tonight. So, Rufus, you think Representative Yankwa is in studio. Rufus, we are not hearing you.
I'm getting him ready.
Oh, he's in studio. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So get him ready because I need to ask him some of these questions. For the vice president to just put aside that which we are talking about, then that's a problem, James. That's a big problem. You are muted, James.
She talk about it.
So the issue here is that again, Alex saying 5 minutes. I'm seeing
Mhm.
that he's trying to do something. Representative
Okay.
Youngford is getting ready in studio. He is in studio right now. At the Spoon compound, he's getting ready. Eden Snow is coming on. Uh, then we're gonna. But you know what? Put the phone number up. Put my number up. Let's take some calls. Those folks that following us, they have a little bit of interaction just to set the stage tonight. Let's take some calls.
All right.
Yeah. So guys, if you joining us from Liberia, if you want to call on the WhatsApp if you're in Liberia, because if you're joining us from outside of Liberia, you call me on WhatsApp or you call the right. We will answer you. Representative Yankwet is in studio. They're getting him ready. Alex Williams will be joining us. I think the government is just too late on the issue, and also today, James, tomorrow, Musa Belete Liberty Party and Yombli Kanga Lawrence Liberty Party going to the National Election Commission. I thought it was going to solve the problem, though. Folks need to understand this. Can you put that information up, James? Because you have it. Uh, the Liberty Party information. Do you have it? All right. So
I was
Liberty,
talking to Rufus.
thank you. The Liberty Party information is up, folks. Guess what happened? We thought this Liberty Party issue was being resolved. Seriously. But let me read this to you. There's nothing. Let me talk to Kiata first. Hey, Musa, what's up?
How are you?
Yeah, Musa, we starting the show taking calls, but something's still happening that is not right. The vice president spoke today. It's kind of confusing like hell. And, James put this Liberty Party thing down. Let me hear from Musa. You've been following us. Talk to us real quick. I gotta bring the guys in.
Yeah, thank you very much, CEO. When there is damage done already to the process, to provide clarification to another clarification can create more problem. That's what I see from the vice president. Clarification, providing clarification. The vice president knows very well there was a audit report done on the guys at Lingus that showed that they were corrupt, allegedly. What they should have done, they did not do it. And she knew about all these things. To come now and act like nothing happened is the way of Sematue. Sematue is taking the main field with the Lingus issue, and as a result, before CDC realizes that this is a problem for an individual, not the government, it will be too late. Wow. Thank you very much. That's what I'm saying.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, we want to say, please, thanks to all of you that called in. Once the guys come on, Rufus, are we okay? James, you cannot be muted, brother.
He almost.
Oh,
Rufus is
okay.
almost done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So put this thing up real quick while you guys are getting ready, because put Liberty Party issue up real quick.
Okay.
Liberty Party.
Yeah, it's coming up.
So we putting a name on them, man. So Liberty Party issue. This is what happening tomorrow at the National Election Commission. You are hereby. You see, the people say they put my go to code. They go to the National Election Commission code. But James, you remember that they said they had this thing under control, right?
Yeah, they were making peace.
Right?
Yeah, they
So
said they were making peace.
Delon called Musa Belete called Delon, and they were talking. But now this is what happening. You are hereby cited to appear before the Honorable Board of Commissioners on Friday, November 18, 2022, at the hour of 1 p.m. in the James M. This one where declared a conference hall of the National Election Commission on 9th Street, Single, for hearing in the above caption matter. So, complaint against the National Election Commission, NEC, and Musa Hassan Belete. Who sent this complaint? Petitioners versus the put of the name or growing out of the case, Musa Hassan Belete, Liberty Party. This was sent, so guys, somebody help us, man. Somebody help us over here. Something is just Musa Belete versus Yombli Kanga Lawrence and Emmanuel Azango, all of the city of Monrovia, Liberia, growing all of complaining against the National Election Commission. I thought they were done with this thing, James. I thought they reached to the level to solve the problem. What's going on here?
The Liberty Party situation will not end Chestnut.
So what's the thing about Delon calling Musa, Musa calling Delon? What's the issue?
Was it yesterday or day before yesterday? Musa filed a petition for them to draft the case, and he lost that. So that is why they're calling them.
Because it was based on Delon and Senator Yombli withdrawing the case. They complained.
Yeah, he said it should withdraw.
They refused to.
Yeah.
They've been going back and forth and say, let's solve our issue internally. Yeah. But somebody somewhere had an issue. And now they got to go solve that problem tomorrow. So I hope Spoon be there. But this is not good, though. It's just not good.
What's happening if one party is not careful? That person will be played by their friend. Either Musa be played by Senator Yombli faction, or Senator Yombli faction be played by Musa faction. One way or the other, one person will fry their friend.
Wow, when you talk about somebody frying somebody, let me bring in the Honorable Larry Yankwe. We want to say welcome to the Spoon Talk. Welcome to the Spoon Talk, Honorable Representative. Man, you're looking fresh. You're very young, man. What's that you eating? Is that country rice or something?
Thank you.
Man, you're looking sharp tonight, bro. Seriously, you are.
Well, the Nimbus delicacy is GB.
Oh, that's the GB. That's the GB happening. And I wish I can have some right now. We want to say thank you for joining us. But let me say something to you, Representative Larry Youngquay. Edwin Snow said he won't come until you show face first. He banged it back. He said, "Oh man, don't bring me on. Let bring it up."
I don't know why he did so. He is a man on his own league.
Senator Snow, thank you for joining us, man. How you doing? You are muted, boss.
Thank you, Stan. Thank you. Larry, you look good, man. How you doing? Long time.
Thank you.
I mean, I rather call me old Stan.
I've been fresh there.
Yeah, good.
You're fresh. But Kev, thank you for joining us. I know you've been busy all day, but it's a good thing that you can join us. You understand that you're 15 minutes late. I hope you can mark that against your time. If you don't work,
Edwin Snow say he need me, so
yes.
Yeah. So I decided.
Edwin Snow, I don't think Edwin Snow needs you. I think I don't think Edwin Snow needs you. I just think that Edwin Snow want to be safe because of what his mother did today, Mother VP. So he really want to play it safe. Yeah. What Mother VP did today is shocking everybody. But let me get you guys.
What did you do?
We'll play the video, bro. We'll play the video. Let me get you guys. You guys give us your intro. It's a wonderful program coming up, and I can guarantee you we'll be here for the next hour, 30 minutes, because we try to play it safe.
I'm 1 hour ahead of Liberia, so it's already after 10 o'clock here.
Yes, I'm trying for us to leave from here by 11:30. 11 o'clock max. I hope we can do so. Honorable Larry, thank you for joining us. You have anything to start off with?
Well, just to say thanks for giving us the opportunity to contribute to the nation building process by providing those information that we need to serve as ingredient in the process, without which, again, we will be punished by our posterity that if you knew these things, you didn't tell us. So in these trying times, it's good for people to come and share ideas so that those who have ears can hear, and those who don't have ears, we leave them to be where they are. But it's good for us to, all along, we've been saying it on other platforms, but this is one of the biggest in the country. And so who are we to turn down their invitation? So we're here to contribute to any training issues that are of relevance to the hearing public and concretizing our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable. There's the Honorable Snow.
Well, Stan, thank you again. I'm happy to be back on the show. Actually, I'm here tonight just to play the political side of it. I know most time when things go wrong, people blame the legislature of not acting, of not doing things. That's why I send you that video, that short clip. That's why I send you my letter to the Senate to just let you know that the legislature do act. We do speak on things. Sometimes, yes, it may not be implemented in the timely fashion, but we do speak on it. I'm also here tonight to listen to my senior colleague, Honorable Larry Yankwe, a veteran in this area. He come a long way. He's very passionate about, the census issue. So I'm also here to listen to his view and then compare that with what we're doing in the Senate and let you know some of the actions the Senate have taken to get us where we are today. So I'm happy to be here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my Kev. Talk to us, bro.
Welcome, the honorable man, on the show. We will, go into some of the stuff that you guys, especially the tape, also to know some of the things and that you bring in to the people. So we let the show begin.
Thank you very much, Kev. Honorable Snow, we want to say thank you, Honorable Young. Let's have a good show. As always, we'll give you guys due time. We listen to Madam VP. Again, by the way, Alex will be joining us shortly. I would like us to take Madam VP press conference today all of the way as we talk about census. This is day number 7 since the President proclamation. Day number 7. But before we do that, I'm naming Representative Larry Yonkwa in Liberia. Day number 7. Is there any activities, Representative? Have you seen anything? Have there been any changes so far?
Well, if there's any change, it has been for the worse. We got a little bit relief yesterday when we understood that finally the lists of enumerators and supervisors to be assigned have landed at all 15 county headquarters, even though we were in our 7th day. But unfortunately, no sooner had we taken solace, then we started hearing that these names have, all of a sudden begun to be altered. People who were sent in the counties as supervisors have been sent now as enumerators, and those that were enumerators, some have been supervisors. We are still going through metamorphosis. I thought some stability were being introduced. And then as if that is not enough, this is what I saw officially coming as the list of personnel that are assigned in the counties. District Census Officer, Monserrado County has 85 supervisors, Sano has 24, while Nimba has 17. Grand Crew has 19. So Grand Crew has more supervisors then Nimba that has almost 500,000 people, and Sando has 24, Lofa has 11, Bon has 12. Are you kidding me? So what kind of country is this that wonders do not finish? Why wouldn't just call a day and let the international community keep the unused funds? And then after 2024, whoever wins, we go back and do this thing. Sando that has less than 75,000 persons, you get them 24 supervisors. This census is about population. And the densely populated counties carry the highest number of supervisors. So you go give sparsely populated county a huge number of supervisors. Who are they supervising? This is where the fear is. I said the insistence of this government to carry on the census, even though there are all indications that we are not prepared, must have some ulterior motive. And they fail to know that they got some technicians of our caliber among them. Because even with our census, the Election Commission wants to have a database based on which they can portion or they can estimate the expected number of voters. We can do that through extrapolation, using a whole lot of analysis out of the low variance, medium variance, and high variance assumption. Whether you want to use arithmetic or all the other methods of projection. So using the 2008 census, we can use that database to estimate the number of 18 years old in each of these counties and still come up with this assumption and think that all things being equal, this is what 18 years old and above will be in Bome, in Nimba, in Lofa. And so when you come and have something under your sleeve, trying to think that you can say Sando County is more populated than Nimba, is that what you want to say? Or Bon County? Are you serious? That Grand Cruz will have more supervisors than Bon County and Bapul and Bon County and Bassa? This is the fear. This is from official statistics. So the confusion continues. So we again here to let the people know, to sharpen the contradiction that Liberia is not ready for census. And that's just one aspect. Right now, there are clips here that shows that up to this time, when we are in our 8th day, people are still standing online to see whether their names are on the list. When will you start canvassing? Let's to mention about enumeration. So this is the fear that we have. And most people don't know that some of us have disengaged before ourselves, and this information continues to come to us. So basically, that's the latest I have. The listing, the assignment of personnel in the country is disproportionate to the population, and I just hope we are not heading somewhere. And so basically, that's where I want to start for now. Stop for now.
Thank you very much. Wow.
I will send this to your WhatsApp.
Yeah, please do that. We can share this.
As well, so that you will know what we're talking about.
Well, welcome to the show. That's one of the. It's shocking, by the way, and I want to hear from, before I go to Alex, Honorable Snow. You just heard what your colleague said, man. Your lawmaker, your fellow lawmaker said. What's going on?
Well, again, Stan, like I said, honestly, I'm the politician here tonight. Larry and Alex are the technician, even though Larry is a member of the House of Representatives, but that's his area. What he's saying, if it's true, I think we all need to be concerned about it. We need to make sure, the issue of this census is not just to have census. The census has to be vetted and credited by the international community, or else it will be an exercise in vain. So anything that is not going right, we have to make sure we correct it. I can tell you for a fact that I've spoken to some people in Bomi that have expressed the same concern that on what Larry Youngquay had just expressed. The matter of fact, I know that people in Bomi have indicated to me that their name appear more than twice and they got to pay 2 times. So if one person is getting paid, getting alert 2 or 3 times, it tells you already that we're going to have a budgetary issue. We need to make sure that is corrected. They've also informed me that there are people that applied and were trained as supervisors, and the name came in, and other people from nowhere came in as supervisors. So those are things we need to correct. And like I said, we have to. It's not just about doing census. This is not about us anymore. The international community has to vet this process. If it's not credited, then we've done nothing. So that's my concern.
Let me stick to you. Just give me 5 seconds, and what Honorable Larry Youngquest sent us, will be posting it as well. We'll put it up. But more than that concern, Honorable Snow, you traveled around the region, look at other West African countries and Africa as a whole, or Europe, or America. The letter that was done by UNFPA, they are asking for the census should meet international standard. With everything that is happening, even if, let me use the magic 2 word, even if this is done, do you think it will meet international standard?
The the fact that the legislature signed a resolution extending the census up to, I think, mid-January, I think if the right actions are taken to correct the process, unlike before it was 2 weeks, now it's to mid-January. If we
was that done? I'm sorry to interrupt you, because I received information from a Kairos grade. I can announce that it didn't materialize. So it was speaking. I just want to confirm from you.
Well, his chair,
done.
You see, legislative instrument is not done by one house, though. It's done by both houses. So I know that it went to the Senate. The pro tem gave justification why we should do it, and I signed it. And I know most senators signed it, but I don't know if it got the 2/3 figure that is required for a resolution. And I don't know if it met the 2/3 requirement from the House of Representatives. So if Akaras is saying it as chairman of the executive in the House, he could be right. But maybe Honorable Larry Youngquest could also clear it up. I signed it. I signed the resolution.
You're right, because Akaras was very clear. He said we are working on it, and it's not done yet. And I spoke to him yesterday. I can say this because he wanted me to. But continue, sir.
So again, we have to make sure. My concern, like you just stated, Sierra Leone just had a census, and the process went on good. They have come up with the figures. They have the new, population figures. The process went on well. The people in Sierra Leone are not from a different planet. They're from the same planet, just next door to us. How could Sierra Leone get this right? And we're still struggling to have this thing off the ground. So I'm concerned, and I hope that, again, like I said, sometimes let's take the politics out of it. Let's be as practical as we can be. And one of the concerns I had stated in my letter and on my audio was that I think the leadership at Legis just, they were not competent. They didn't do the right thing. They didn't take the right actions. They didn't allow the technicians to get involved. And, we are where we are today. Yes, the president has taken some actions, but I think more actions need to be taken so that we can make sure that the right thing is done at Legis, so that we can come up with a credible census figure. Because, again, this is not just about us. And if we cannot have this right, don't forget, we're talking about voter registration, we're talking about elections. We cannot afford to drop the ball on these issues. These are key issues that are leading us to verifying our population and leading us to a peaceful democratic process.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Alex. Alex, thank you. Welcome again to the Spoon Talk. We appreciate to have you talk to us.
So thank you so much, Stanton, and thanks to the Spoon family. It's good to see Honorable Snow, Honorable Larry Youngquest, and my own brother Keith Hassan. And I would just want to begin by saying to Honorable Snow that yes, for the record, there were competent persons and individuals at Legis who are capable to do the census. But rather than listening to these technical people like myself and others, Other people decided to make it out of politics and decided to siphon the state resources that was meant for the census. But today, Stanton, my attention was drawn to the appearance of the vice president at the MICAT press briefing today. And I think the vice president was misled or misinformed. That is what I will want to consider happening to her today. And sometimes, Stanton, it is often said that it is better sometimes to not say a word on a particular matter if you do not have all of the facts than to say a word, because sometimes you get caught up. You get caught up between the web and you embarrass yourself. And I think today that was what happened to our mother, my own mother, the vice president. I think she was misled and she embarrassed herself. And I will be saying why. But let me also, before even going forward, say for the record that today enumeration started. I can confirm to you in Bomi County that 2,000 households was counted today. So let me confirm that. But let me also say that that is still not going to help the process. The process has already failed. And
Thank
I'll
you
give
very
you
much.
why.
Thank you, Alex. And I know we'll be getting all those information coming forth. We want to say thank you very much. Kev Hassan talked to us. Just speaking on the 2000, we got that numbers. It just came in. We're going to post it. But question remained though. You were talking about the dashboard. The numerators went up, started counting. Is it now been registered on the dashboard, Alex? Before we go to Kev Hassan, are they saying the real
Yes, so
number?
I'm speaking because I've seen the dashboard. I mean,
Okay.
I am the former Deputy Director General for Statistics. Whether you like it or not, there's some ways also have access to many things that you will not want me to have access to. So I know exactly what is ongoing with regards to the census. And I can say for a fact and for the record that over 2,000 households was counted today and reflected on the dashboard for the very first time.
Thank you very much. Kev Hassan.
Okay. We all agree that the start of this census had some shaky start, as well as the census 2008 had a shaky start. The problem what I see in is people like Honorable Yankwede who supposed to use oversight power and do that, but running to media and play the politics with it, giving media information, post this is what I'm talking. So I think you're supposed to be in your chambers speaking to the Liberian people and holding people feet to a fire, then coming out and abandon your oversight power and playing politics. That is the problem. And I have in this situation. So I believe the vice president today were very strong, where things in that she talked about going. Alex, you just said in Bombay they counted people. So the census is going on. I think we should support it. They're still coming back, try to bring it down, because what I'm getting from Honorable Yankwe and Alex, and I know as the uncle and the nephew, is to bring this thing down for their own political gain. To say, I told you so. Listen to Alex. We, the technical guy, you kick us out. They wanted to fail. So the uncle is trying
to make their nephew look good. I think Liberia is bigger than that. This is not a family issue. So I think we all should support this census, because this census we shouldn't play politics with it. This census we need to support because it will benefit Liberia. We all agree. We concede. It had a shaky start. Well, the census is on the way now. We still want to put it down? I think it's wrong.
Thank you. Timothy, welcome to the show, Judge. Go ahead, say your piece. We have the guests tonight will be Honorable Larry Yonkwa, Senator Edmund Snow, and Alex Williams. Talk to us, Senator Money George.
Good evening. Welcome, welcome to everyone. Concerning the vice president, every president that is selected vice president, that person is ready to be president on day one. And the vice president, I think, played a constitutional role in the absence of the president. When he left, he said the Minister of Justice would act as chairman of the cabinet in consultation with the vice president and in phone contact with him, the president. So she played her role. For me, I think is that the information she gave today, perhaps I thought perhaps she wasn't briefed thoroughly, and she should have been given all the necessary briefing, especially with the one that says that Lawrence Jaw is an LSCC indictee. I think she should have been informed and if that, once they found out, I think by tonight he should be out of that job. If he was indicted by LSCC, he shouldn't be in that position. But I think she played her role as the vice president. Her hands are, I mean, she's part of the government. There's no way she cannot support the government, the president she's her boss. So she played that role and came up today. I think she held her turf. That's why we expect the vice president to do, especially with things that are all helter-skelter. I think it's important that she played that role. But I don't think she was properly briefed with the information that she needed to give to the Liberian people. And on the census is very essential for our country's growth and development. And I pray and hope that this census will really get on course, because it will help Liberia. I mean, we've been out of census. We have not done any census since 2008, and it's troubling. And I pray and hope that everything can be done to ensure that the census is on course. And the lawmakers, the one from the Senate, the House is here. I think you guys already step up, but you should step up ever since to ensure that the census was on course. Money was appropriated for it. When the budget came to you guys, I'm sure you'll make appropriation. You'll pass the national budget, and you ensure that the census is on course. And even if they're called to the point where you guys have no confidence in the management team or leaders, you guys should either call for the vote or no confidence in them and compare the president, even though he has the prerogative to keep them on that, or make him to take action. But what's going on right now, we just pray and hope that the census will be on course so that we can get through of this. But if it's not going to be on course, and be a lot of glitches, we shouldn't force it. Because if we force it, then we won't get what we're looking for.
Thank you very much, Thomas and Josh. Listen, Georgie, and thank you as always, man, for being pointed on the issue. It was a good thing for the VP to speak. But as you said, and I said earlier, somebody said she was Kajo. In believing that, I mean, things were as she stated. So I believe that they set the VP up in error based on the fact she gave the information she didn't know. They have some recommendation, and Lawrence George was indicted. She didn't know a lot of the informations. Probably, like someone said, because she was all of the country.
Stanton, can I hold there?
Yes.
Whether the VP is aware, but Stanton, Lawrence George or not, can I hold you there, please?
Talk to us.
Okay, so let me tell you a little bit, and the Liberian people a little bit about the relationship between Lawrence George and our VP. Lawrence George and Honorable Edwin Snow can confirm that. Lawrence George was former Deputy Minister of State under President Charles Taylor regime at the Ministry of State. He was Deputy Minister for Administration. Prior to becoming Deputy Minister for Administration, Mr. Lawrence George was with NPFL during the Charles Taylor days in Banga. After that regime, Mr. Lawrence George, prior to his appointment, once served in the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia office, Honorable Joel Howard Taylor. When the then administrator of Legis, are you getting me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, Alex. So Alex is having some technical problem.
Hello?
Hopefully. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Alex. Honorable Yanko, can you want to come in till we can reconnect with Alex?
Oh,
he's back. He's back. Alex, can you hear us?
Lee.
Okay. Honorable Yanko, so talk to us. Talk to us.
Well,
Alex,
yeah, it's good to be on your show, and nobody else amuses me on this show. It is Kev. I hope I'm correctly pronouncing him. Kev, you continue to bring in family relationship when the issues that we are discussing has no confluence with family relationship. Even if I have a nephew that is a diehard sedition, who has been in a war room for your political leader, even when he was fighting to become senator, while I have been with Unity Party, you know, he got his deputy director general position without my interference, without my intervention, because I was not a sedition, and he has been providing every necessary expertise to ensure that your government appears good. And then, because of my own professional background and my current responsibility given to me by the Constitution, having to be the one providing oversight over an institution that he finds himself, and our role has been to resuscitate a dying process. And then you're supposed to sit and say, I have not done my oversight, Mr. Kev. Do you know that the speaker has more than 6 communications? Even when Senator Snow was still a member of the House of Representatives, he can attest that the first communication that led to the first postponement was done by me. That the president, having taken over the 4th working Monday in January, would not have been expected to conduct a census in March, which is the anniversary of the 2008 census, especially so when there was no money in the cover of said process. And even if money was made available now, census is a process that culminates only on census night. Therefore, let us do the best thing and give deference to the Constitution by officially postponing this thing through two-thirds majority of both houses. At least it could almost stand as a direct substitute for the Constitution. And then you're telling us we are not providing our oversight when your government has become very impervious to change. You have put things in place that as long as you are not a bootlicker, nobody should listen to you, even if you brought the right suggestion on the floor. And that has dragged us to where we are. Right now, I have dossier in my hand again. I know tomorrow when we are caught with our pens down, you will say Larry Youngboy has sat down as chairman of governance. The independent Human Rights Commission created by government says there should be 7 commissioners. They should be religiously, geographically, sexually balanced. 6 of the 7 of them are from the Southeast. Only 1, a family, is from Cape Mount. Again, we are, at least 3 of them are not being confirmed yet. It's good the senator is here. We're going to ensure that they are not confirmed, in line with the act that created it. And we put our communications on the floor again. I know tomorrow, after they have resisted against all of those things, when it reaches a certain point, you will say we did not provide oversight. But we're getting there. So I'm saying here that we have been there, telling people if we do it correctly, we get better results. People felt that they could do it without listening to professional advice. There is nothing the census going on. There is hair count going on. Maybe we are counting trees now. Because you assign 24 supervisors to a population that got less than 80,000, and you give it 14, 15 supervisors to a place that you got almost 700,000 to 800,000, you might be counting something other than population. Let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
No, hold on. We'll bring you in. Hold on. Let the honorable finish.
Census is about process. Census is scientific. It is not just data collection. So once you don't have the right process in place, we are doing digital census, and it can be proved beyond reasonable doubt that none of the trainees had access to one tablet at the time of training, and they never did any exercise. The 4, 5, 6 days that we wasted, the exercises that they are being carried out was something that should have been carried out during the training. The last 3 days is for familiarization, is for household listing, and the rest of it. But they are using it to even know whether they are on the list as supervisor or enumerator. And you say you have a census. Census is not open-ended. And so I don't want to be repeating myself about this process. We're just keeping ourselves busy. We're not doing census. We will be rejected. The international community will reject this thing. It will not be accepted among the 2026, 2022 rounds of census.
Thank you, Representative. I want to just take you back real quick, and we'll be bringing Snow and Kefwe say something. We're having a good conversation tonight. But let me ask you, you were speaking about 6 commissioners. Can you please again go over, because folks are asking you when you squeeze that in, that 4 of them came from the Southeast. Can you please go over it, Chairman? Thank you for joining us.
I just received this information today as Chairman of Governance, and I will soon be making my communication to the committee. The matrix of appointment reflecting geographic area. Then saw Brown, Grable from Southeast confirmed. Clarence, Councillor Charles Harris, Grable from Southeast confirmed. Councillor Pella, Booker Wilson, Crew from Southeast confirmed. Councillor Attorney Mohammed Fambule, a Crew, I guess, a VI from Cape Mount, Northwest confirmed, or I think it's really Southwest confirmed. And Pendarius, WT Allison, Maryland, Grable, Southeast confirmed. Councillor Dr. Nevada C. Ricks, Onua, Grable, Southeast, not confirmed yet. Antonin Patmelia Do, Pave, Grand Crew, Southeast, not confirmed. You have 7 commissioners, and I can show you a relevant portion of the act that created the Independent National Commission on human rights that says that the composition of the commission thereby appointed shall reflect to the extent possible the pluralistic nature of Liberian society in terms of sex, ethnicity, language, and religion, and shall also have the representation of non-governmental organizations or professional associations involved in the protection and promotion of human rights. All such bodies as universities, the legislature, and other civil society groups, etc. I am making a communication.
Your argument, honorable, because we got to move. Right. I know it's a sub conversation right now, but your argument. Right. Tell Liberians your argument, your position right now. Why are you bringing this up?
I am bringing it up to debunk the erroneous statement made by Mr. Kev that we are not providing oversight. Right? I felt embarrassed this few days when somebody told me, look, I missed the revelation that Samuel Twe opened extra account in Abidjan to direct some of the resources intended for census, and made the revelation that Samuel Twe went and inflated the amount of money we needed to bring in country the borrowed or tablets for the census. Here is people inflicted the amount when they should have left the technicians to go through it and bring it for little or nothing, all of that stuff. All of this amidst those things, what are you doing as legislator? Can you not cite these people or call the government to open it? And when you look on the floor, the speaker is sitting there with his heavy, heavy gavel. He's not going to even listen to you. I don't know about the Senate, but sometimes they make some noise that which sometimes can make some impact. You understand what I'm talking about? Somebody asked me. I said rubber stamp is better than what we are. We are fufu stamp. Rubber stamp has some largest, amount of elasticity. But for us, nothing. We are helpless. So you telling me that so this has come before me. First of all, I'm going to investigate and know whether the president's advisors are advising, because the act is there and you allow the president to appoint 6 persons from 2 tribes from the same region and 1 person from way on the other side. And we beginning again, we are coming to create dossier on this thing. So when we are caught with our pens down, then somebody will come sit down here and tell me that we're not playing our role.
Thank you.
I just want to show you as an instance.
Thank you. We will get back to you.
Governance issue, and as committee on chairman on good governance, and of course the human rights committees, 2 of us are going to be writing joint communication to the Senate why this bill cannot be confirmed.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. Honorable Snow, you want to speak on this very quick because we got to leave. We got to move on. You want to speak on this from the Senate?
I need to respond.
Hold on, Kev, hold on. Honorable Snow, you want to speak on this? The good governance commissioner.
Well, the representative just stated that he will inform the Liberian Senate. At the Liberian Senate, I will have a voting right on the matter. So I think it's only fair to wait until we can receive the documents from him.
He have just shown to you and shown to Liberian tonight that these were the appointment, and the appointment came from 2 sides of the country, just 2. And if what the honorable representative is saying is correct, Honorable Snow.
Stanton.
Yes, sir.
Stanton, let's be fair to our listening audience. I have a lot of respect for Honorable Yankwa, and I know he wouldn't misinform the public on anything. Having said that, I will be making a decision on this matter when it gets to the Liberian Senate. It would be premature to comment on it before a formal communication is received by the Liberian Senate where I have voting right. You can talk on it, you don't have a voting right. I will have voting right. I'll be amongst 30 senators that will make a determination. So let me receive the document, peruse the document, and the appropriate action will be taken.
But as per the good governance, as per the Constitution, right, the president shouldn't have make any appointment from 2 sections of the country. Is that correct?
What Honorable Yankwa said is of concern. I think if his information is right, the Liberian Senate will peruse the document, and you can rest assured that the appropriate action will be taken. I cannot give my acquiescence or reject the conversation at this time when I will be making a decision. It'll be premature.
And thank you for being. Thank you very much. I had to bring you in because
you're right.
I had to bring you in. Let's bring back Alex. Alex, you are speaking. Sorry that your internet went off. I want to say thank you, guys. I will not give you the chance to respond to Honorable Yankwa. We move on, please. Alex, please, can you continue, please?
Yes. So I don't know where I stopped because the internet was like.
You were talking about Lawrence George affiliation with the VP.
Yeah. So the senator on Snow is here. If I'm lying, he can say that I'm lying for the record. But Lawrence George has been a member of the NPF in Banga during the upheaval, the civil crisis with President Taylor. And when President Taylor came to Monrovia and got elected, he was appointed as the Deputy Minister for Administration at the Ministry of State. He was there, and then he got to even know Mr. Wilmot Smith, who was also working at the time at the Ministry of State. And after that process, during the President Weah election, he worked with the Vice President in the office of the Vice President. And so when President Weah dismissed the then Administrator of Legis, Mariah Quay Guineyene, through the instrumentality of the Vice President and others, that was how Mr. George got appointed as Deputy Director General for Deputy Director General for Administration at Legis. So the VP knows this individual very well. And I can say to you for a fact, when Mr. Lawrence George got appointed, he was using a white pickup that was given to him by the vice president from the NPP. And I can also confirm to you that when the LACC announced the result of the investigation of Legis and found the administrator of Legis, Mr. Lawrence George, Mr. Wilmer Smith, Mr. Francis Ray, and other culpable for acts of corruption, that was one place I respected the vice president, because that very day she instructed in the vehicle that was assigned to Mr. Lawrence George, that where pickup was taken from him. And so the VP is very much aware of the issue of the LACC report, and she took initial step. And I know for the fact the VP asked the president to dismiss Lawrence George. So that is why I was taken aback today when they asked the VP about the crisis and the issue about the corruption situation alleges, and she said that that is a different issue, and that when the president comes back and gets the report, he will take action. I think the president was placed in a situation that she couldn't.
We want to play this. We want to play from the VP, and Umar, because she spoke on it. But let me give the rest of the guys a chance. Maybe they have questions to pose to you, Edwin Mervyn Snow or Larry Youngquay. Then we will play the VP video. I would also like to say I want to ask Honorable Snow and Honorable Youngquay the role of the Senate and representative in this matter, knowing very well where we are day number 7 when you talk about census going very, very bad, and threat involvement. The Liberian people need to hear from you guys. Now you heard everything Alex has said, threat involvement. Let me start with Tumalin George, Kev Hassan, Chairman Ben Stanley. Then we will come back to those 4 steps. 1, legis situation, the role of the Senate. We'll talk about threat involvement. Then we'll move ahead. So, Tumalin, your question will go to Kev and we'll go to Chairman Ben. Any one of them. Any one of them. You can throw your question.
Okay, but
I want us to speak about the legislator's role. Haven't heard from Alex about threat, what we saw today from the VP, and the communication on the floor about postponing census. Their role, they have to talk to the Liberian people from the House of Representatives to that of the Senate.
Well, okay. Like I said earlier, the vice president play her role. She's there to help the assistant president in the function of governing the country. And perhaps information that she gave out today, perhaps she wasn't really all informed. I thought maybe she would have gotten all information that she needed, because concerning the audit from LACC, I talked to the LACC boss, and he said he turned over all the audit report to just the Minister Everson. So I don't know what's happening there, but he ordered the Justice Minister should be in possession of the audit reports. But concerning the lawmakers, I think, the representative telling us that he had written several communications to the speaker. And I one person who believed that the 55th legislature, I don't know whether they will really carry this in speaker, because he had really been, complete A1 in his position as speaker ahead of that branch of government. Because if that important communication was given to him, especially the census, especially knowing that it was been delayed for all the years, he should have acted. But again, the speaker, I don't know what's causing him not to act, but I pray and hope that the next legislature won't have him as speaker, because he has dropped that ball. But concerning the issue about the census too, like I said, I support the census. I pray and hope that the census can take off. It's very important for our country growth and development. The vice president said today, she was giving some information that what the census entails, what's the importance of the census. But if, and only if, the census, if there's glitches still that will not give us an accurate result, I think we'll be compelled to, the lawmakers should come in and be compelled to put a hold on it. If that will, because we want accurate information. We don't just want anything hasty. We want something accurate, because it will affect the country, the entire country. So we pray that if they realize that they're just being forced to conduct the census, I don't think we should pursue it. I think we should wait for the next government to, or maybe the re-elected government or a new government or whatever the case, to do the census. You silent.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you have any question for Honorable Snow or Honorable Yankwa?
I mean, concerning the human rights, I can ask a question only. What
I have a question. I mean, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, go talk. Okay, but concerning the Independent National Human Rights Commission, if the president nominated those members to serve on that commission, he nominated to the Senate, but then I heard the representative saying that they already confirmed some members of that commission.
4 of them.
And so we want to know who the senators that voted for that confirmation, if they really saw the act and they still went ahead and voted for this confirmation. We want to know the senators that voted for these commissioners. We want to know them. Representative Yankwe, if you can let people know who voted for who are the senators that voted. We want to know, because they can't look at an act and then act differently, especially looking for one section of the country. You just confirming people from one section of the country. I don't think it's good, because you're talking about Independent National Human Rights Commission. That's a very important commission, okay, that will handle cases that will come to them, and they gotta be fair and honest, you know. So we want to know who are the senators that voted for these commissioners already, and we want to know if the Senate. I hear Senator Snow said that he has not yet received it, but he remembered the Senate. So how the other commission were conducted, if that's the case.
Should I speak?
Yeah, I think so. Go ahead.
Well, you should know that the Human Rights Commission was not created yesterday. It is an existing commission, and the appointment of commissioners are staggered. They were not all appointed at the same time, so some people term run out and then they vacate, and then they are replaced by new appointees. So those confirmed. The source was just trying to tell me the status of these people. That's how you heard confirm. Not that they were confirmed by the Senate like yesterday. I think we had one Bartholomew there whose term finished as chairperson, so he was replaced by somebody who was confirmed by the Senate, and like other people's term finished. That's how 2 others came in. And so having 4 persons from one region and 1 person from another, apparently might not have gone against it, but to add 2 other persons from the very place where 4 persons came from, that's why it's becoming troublesome. And these are new nominations that have not yet gone through confirmation. That's how it's called not yet confirmed, but doesn't mean that the Senate just look at 5 persons sent to them, 4 from the 2 countries with the same languages, and they confirm them like that. No, the appointments are staggered. My worry, like what Brother Kev is trying to tell us, is that we have a presidency that have a vast on legal affairs, and these are areas that they're supposed to be looking. Before any appointment is done, you lay down the acts and you try to help the process. So the president is too busy to look at the nitty-gritties. And so these are the issues, not that it was done now, but with the latest information. And what brought about this is that it's actually the human rights aspect that came to me. These very unconfirmed people are taking part into leadership crisis. They are calling for election of a co-chair, when the act is saying that once elected, until your term is over, there is nothing that electing a co-chair. But they are saying a co-chair must be elected. So they came to me and said, these people are not even confirmed, but they are telling us to spoil the law that was created, that once you are appointed as co-chair, you cannot be voted against unless there is cause for that, and whereby there is no need. So you see, so when I try to look at the human right, the governance issue, and then this whole issue of constitutionality and legality came. I said, but this is even against the act. So I'm going to raise this issue and ensure that until the president can extract some of the existing Southeasterners, these other people, we've been playing with our own job in this country. So to me, not that Toy is not wrong, me or Snow is not wrong to say I haven't confirmed. I don't know about confirmation, because these confirmations, some of them took place 4 or 5 years ago, because the appointments are staggered. They appoint some people today, when their time finished, the other people are added on. So it's not new thing. Only those 2 that are yet to be confirmed. That's basically what is happening. And
thank you
so many
Thank you very much. And I really don't, well, I think we'll bring that question up maybe after you guys go through the process, like Honorable Snow said. I want us to focus on the census. Honorable Snow, let me come to you before we go to Ben and Kev Hassan. The role of the Senate, knowing exactly what you know now, the involvement of Samuel Tway. Speak to the Liberians out there, please.
First thing, let me just go back for 1 second. I listened to my brother Georgie Timmerlane talking about the Senate. I'm happy that Larry clarified it. You know, we left with Timmerlane. If you make Furadiko first speaker and Sir Joseph pro tem, then the legislature will be all right. So, you know, but anyway, having said that, let me proceed.
But you squeeze that in just to proceed.
Yeah. So let me proceed. The issue of leges is extremely serious and very important. I've listened to Alex. I've written a letter. Before I listened to Alex, I wrote a letter on the floor of the Senate. Senator Darius DeLong has spoken on this matter. Other senators have spoken on this matter. And it's a serious situation. My only disagreement, again, in Liberia, even if someone was to dig a well and they fall short of digging the well, we blame the president. Leges has a board. And I think the board should be held liable for the actions and inactions at Leges. The allegation, and a keyword allegation against the chair of the board of Leges, who also happens to be the Minister of Finance, I think those allegations are grave. And I don't think we should wait and we should just say, oh, the president should act. I think the Minister of Finance, by this time, should either call a press conference or subject himself to an investigation, you know, or Alex, in other words, Alex now should write formally, maybe the LACC, document his information and submit it. But I think by this time, it's important for at least the Minister of Finance should say something. I mean, these are grave allegations. And to just remain quiet under the disguise that Alex is lying or the informations are not true, I think he should do a little more than that.
If I may add. Can I add, please?
Honorable, can we give him a few seconds because we wanted to ask him from the Senate area. Let's ask him some question. Are you done, Honorable Snow?
Yeah, I'm done. I mean, the letter I wrote the Senate.
I about to put the letter up,
and
I'm about to play the video. And you guys, you and Dylan were on spot when your actually came out. But thereafter, what are you guys going to do?
Well, let me just inform you. Let me just inform you also. If you watch the DeLong's tape, because I was in session that day, and I'm sure you've seen that. After DeLong and I raised the issue, the pro tem made it clear that you see, the House of Senate is slightly different. We don't grandstand in the Senate, you know. We don't grandstand, and I wouldn't say the pro tem gavel is what something is said. The pro tem uses his gavel wisely. What we do in the Senate, we hold consultations. So when major national issues like the census, the issue at Leges come about, the leadership of the Senate will take seize of a matter like that and confer with the executive to take the necessary action. So the dismissal at Leges was not just out of the clear blue sky. The Senate leadership had conversation. Yes, we still have concern that another person in person of Lawrence George, who was indicted by the LACC, was appointed to act. We have a concern. You may not know, but the Senate has been closed for the last 1 week because we took a census break. So we return to session on Tuesday next week and we'll flag the issue, and I'm sure the leadership will take seize of the matter again and discuss it with the executive. So we don't do everything on Facebook or grandstand. We work behind the scenes sometimes to make sure things are resolved. So the actions at Leges was also through the intervention of the Senate that some actions were taken.
Again, to my question, sir, knowing exactly what is happening, information we receive from Alex Wooden and other folks out there, the failure of this censor moving forward. What's Edwin Snow, what you going to call for, what you going to do concerning Finance Minister Samuel Tway?
Well, I think, like I said, Mr. Tway he owes the public some form of explanation. This matter needs to be investigated. I hope that the documents in the possession of Alex, you can make it available, maybe to the LCC, to the legislature, whatever way he chooses to do it. But I think Mr. Tweg needs to be investigated. He owes it to the Liberian people. Those are grave allegations. Again, allegations, a key word, but it needs to be investigated.
You from Bowman, folks in Bowman watching you. What you gonna do, a senator from Bowman?
Well, it's simple. I just said it. We demand explanation from Mr. Twelve. We demand investigation. These are allegations that should be investigated.
You demand investigation. Are you calling for an investigation?
So definitely. I mean, I've been in touch with like-minded senators. Members of the Senate are concerned about the issue, and we will be calling for an investigation. This matter should be investigated. These are grave allegations, and it should be investigated.
Thank you very much. Senator Kev Hassan, before we go to the House of Representatives, let's remember Edwin Snow if you do have a question for him on this issue, Kev. If not, you can ask Honorable Yankwa.
This question for and both of them, the lawmakers. Honorable Yankwa talk about. I think he kind of. I think he got it from the show or from what Alex said about money transferring to Ivory Coast, and his opening statement he talked about the finance minister transferring money to Ivory Coast. One of the document that Alex, I don't know if we can put it up or I can show it if we can put it up, because I'm looking at it right now and I'm looking at.
When you come on, you're having a feedback. Please, can you mute? Thank you. Go ahead, Kev.
I'm looking at the document right now in front of me. I'm looking at transaction reference number, account branch code, account branch name, account number, customer ID, customer name, Echo Bank, Cote d'Ivoire. But I'm looking for Samuel Twed name. I'm looking for Samuel Twed name. I'm looking for Legis account. I'm looking for something that can show me. I wish we can put it up and so the Liberian people can see what I'm looking for there. This document, I'm not seeing anything that telling me Samuel Twed, Legis, this. I'm not seeing anything here. I'm just seeing a piece of paper that gave me a bunch of numbers, but the lawmaker is blaming Samuel Twed. So I want the lawmaker to explain to me how can Alex be? How can the lawmaker? Can the lawmaker?
Can I come in?
Hold on, Alex. You will come in. I'll bring you in. Kev, can you ask a
Because I think this is important to respond to.
Alex, you will come in after Kev asks his question, please. Kev, can you go ahead, please?
How can the lawmaker Senator Snow on Yankwe, how can anybody explain to me? I wish I can put it up. There's a piece of paper that he showed and said this is Samuel Twed. Because when we showed this the first day, that's the first time I saw the document. I didn't have time to look at some of the document. So I look at this document. I look at some of the okay, this is what I'm talking about. You see?
Yeah, so what's the question now? We understand.
Okay, can please patient with me. Let me ask the question. We're looking at transaction reference, account branch code, account branch name, account number, customer ID, customer name. I'm not seeing anything here that can tell me that this thing is coming from Samuel Twed or coming from the account. I need more than this. So I'm asking the lawmakers, are you going to hold Samuel 12 based on what you're saying right now? Is this enough?
Thank you very much, Kev. Thanks a lot. Honorable Yanko, I want you to speak, then I'll bring Alex. You know what, Honorable Yanko, just wait. Because you know what? Alex the one that sent this document. Alex can answer and we'll come to you, sir. Please. Alex.
I mean, thank you so much. Stanton, keep saying he's just saying a piece of paper, there's no transaction, there's no nothing. You have in your possession a document that shows transaction and talks about 79,000 Bluetooth services and things. Can you put it up to the public right now?
James, just put it up if you can find it, because I wasn't prepared for this. What's the document name? There you go. That's what you're talking about?
That's great. Yes, Keith, can you read the account number of these transactions, where all this money are going? Can you tell the Liberian people the account number there?
I see a bunch of numbers. Well, what are you talking about?
No, I said the account number is there. Please call them.
What account number are you talking about? Which one?
It is there. Okay. Keith, look at it, please.
Okay. Maybe you're not getting my question. I want you to tell me, where can I find Summit 12 on those documents that Summit 12?
No, initially you say it's just a flying sheet and you are not seeing any transaction and that. So you agree that there are transactions going to that account.
Show me Summit 12.
One at a time. Kev, one at a time. One at a time.
Okay.
Kev,
Stanton, please take that down.
Kev, wait. You want us to keep this up, Alex?
No, please take it down.
We should take it down. Okay.
Yeah.
James, go ahead, take it down.
Okay, so let me respond to Keith and when you give me the time to speak.
Wait.
No, I asked my question.
No. Wait. He's speaking. Please.
Still, but let me make it clear.
I will let you to be patient.
Please allow the man to ask me questions. I'm waiting to answer. Let him ask his question.
Listen, guys, listen. Please. Let's get out of our feelings. You ask a question, you pause, the person answer. And we'll have a good show.
No, if you get to my question wrong,
you will not interrupt me, Kev.
Let him answer. Let him answer. You get a chance to come back.
No. And you can miss the juice out of this thing, Kev. You will come down. Don't do this. The question Kev is asking, Alex, let's put this thing up again. And I hope we can come back to the importance of the show. We have seen and we are continuing with showing these transaction reference number, account branch code, everything. You refer us to another document that have similar numbers. Kev's concern is he is not seeing Samuel 12 name. Can you explain further?
CEO, can you allow Kev to ask whatever question he wants to ask for me to answer? I will appeal to you.
Okay, since you want him to ask, Kev, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, you're right, CEO. That's my point. I've seen numbers. The numbers I get here, plus the other number you show, may be the same. That's not my point. The accusation towards Samuel 12 that he transferred money in Ivory Coast. I'm not saying Samuel 12. There is nothing showing me that Samuel 12 responsible for any transaction. So I want Alex to show me where can I find 12 there. Don't tell me you know that Samuel 12. Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that. I want something tangible, something there. Document. Show me this is Samuel 12. If you show me this is Samuel 12, then we can talk. Then I also want the lawmaker to come in to tell me they will call Samuel 12 or Samuel 12 should hold press conference based on document that nothing there. that tells me summits were responsible or transfer money. That's all I want.
Thank you. Captain, you be patient, let me answer, please.
Kev, you finished? Kev, are you finished? Okay. So, Kev, I was very civilized, so I have waited for you to finish. I will appeal to you, Kev, to also reciprocate the same. Kev, I want to ask you one question before answering your question. Have you seen any bank statement of an institution or organization or group or person where you see the signatories of those who are signatories to that account on that bank statement?
No, Ben. He asked a very, very legitimate question that need to be answered. Kev, can you answer him for us to proceed?
In your entire life, have you seen it?
I would like you to give me that same opportunity that you gave him to. So when it comes to me in further discussion and you say no, Kev, then I know yes.
You answer his question, please.
You give him chance to.
Can you answer his question, please?
My question to you: if you can show me something right now that Summit were responsible of sending money to Africa's, none of that this thing, then we have a discussion. So you're not going to ask me if I've seen. Let's stick on your document. Let's stick on
okay,
it.
so start on. Let me ask Keith question, answer Keith question and move on, because I will now dialogue with Keith, because the essence of dialogue should be for the benefit of the public. But when you realize that you cannot get that, then you proceed.
Alex,
so to answer Keith,
Alex, wait 1 minute. Kev, are you done? You want to say anything else before he answers?
I'm still waiting for him to show me.
So are you done, right? You finished. You want him to show you.
I'm still waiting for him to show me.
Yeah, but you're done speaking, right? You will not interrupt.
Yeah, of course. That's why I'm muting myself.
Alex, you have the time for us to move on, please.
Okay, so let me answer Keith's question. Keith, there's nowhere in the world, except maybe you have created a new bank, that when you go for an institution bank statement, and then you see the signatories to the account, all of the bank statements I have exhibited for latest year, you cannot see the signatories to that account. You only see the transaction history on that particular account. So there is absolutely no way you can ask me on this show that I should be the first person in this entire world to show you a bank statement that have the signatories of that account. That is totally erroneous, and it has never happened anywhere in the world. Number two, if you ask me that you just saw a flying sheet and you didn't see any money, there was no transaction, that was on the first day I appeared on the show, on day one, and the records are there. But today, I'm showing you a transaction history where you are seeing that very account number on that flying sheet that you call, on that account number with resources being transferred to that account. And so that is the way I will want to answer your question. If it doesn't satisfy you, keep my answer. I have no problem with it. You can live with whatever you want to live with, but the records are there, and people who listening to the show all around the world knows how bank statements and transactions are being done. And that is where I want to stop.
Thank you very much, guys. We appreciate it. Thanks. Chairman?
Let me say thank you first of all, and thank you to Honorable Yankwe and Representative Snow and Alex. Thank you for being here. There are a couple of.
I'm not a senator now. I'm representative.
Did I say representative? Yeah. Sorry. Let me.
I left Larry behind there.
You're right. You are absolutely right. Let me apologize. Yeah, I did say Senator Snow. So. But let me say this: a couple of things. I was gonna ask a totally different question, but forgive me, Senator. Let me go back to something that popped up in my head while Kev and Alex was going back and forth, and I think this is important for some clarity. Alex, the accusation that was made, one of the accusations that have been made, is that Minister Twe
first of all confirm this because I don't want to put more words in your mouth, right? Maybe I'm missing something. Was the accusation that Minister Tweed transferred money from Lege's account to his EcoBank account in Ivory Coast? Was that the accusation you made?
Can you unmute?
That was never the accusation I made.
Okay, so that was for me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Alex.
So the accusation I made, and the records, you can go back to it because it's recorded, was that Minister Tweed is aware about transaction leaving from Lege's Census account to that account. And that account was associated with a dubious transaction with regards to the shipment of tablet and power bank with a company that Minister Tweed, along with other created, that company does not have a valid clearance, it does not have a business registration certificate, and the financial management law of the Republic of Liberia states clearly that the government cannot do any business with a company that does not have a valid tax clearance and a business registration certificate, and that these resources were going directly to Ivory Coast, and the individual who signed on that particular document was fronting for Minister Tweed. That is what I said.
Okay, so that was the allegation. Okay, so it clears things up, right? Because when Kev was asking the question, I was under the assumption that your accusation was that Tweed went into Lege, because that was the question. The next question was going to be: is Tweed a signatory to Lege's account? How did he go into Lege's account?
Question.
Yeah, you know. So,
to their account?
Yeah, so that's why I want to also know. So let me ask that question. You're right, Stanton. Let me ask that question. Is Samuel Tweed?
He answering you back.
Sorry
for delay.
Sorry. Go ahead. There's a delay.
Okay, so let me answer you. Samuel Tweed is not a signatory to that account.
Okay.
The signatory to that account are Mr. Lawrence Josh, Deputy Director for Administration, Professor Francis Ray, Deputy Director General, Dominic Pay, Comptroller of Leges. For Minister Tweed came on this show and told the Liberian people that no Leges management was a signatory to the census account. And I am saying to you, the reason why Minister Tweed was providing cover up and misinforming the Liberian people that no one is a signatory to that account was because Minister Tweed is a beneficiary of the corruption and criminal activity going on at Leges. That is why, as chairman of the board of Leges, since the report of the LCC came out in June and the board meeting was held in August 25th, Minister Tweed has not mustered the courage to take the necessary appropriate action against the deputies, because as per law, it is the board of directors of Leges that appoints all deputies. So Minister Tweed, as chairman of the board of Leges, should be utilizing his power and that of the power of the board to dismiss those found culpable by the Anti-Corruption Commission after investigation and be recommending to the president the dismissal of the Director General and that of Lawrence Joe, who was appointed by the president. But he has not mustered that courage because he is benefiting from it, and he's been, and a company was created, and an individual is fronting for Minister Tweed, and those money are going to an accounting article that Minister Tweed is aware of. And that is why he cannot fight corruption, because his hand is in the cookies jar.
Okay.
Thank you.
So okay, so I will move on to my other. But so just to clear, you are accusing him of inaction. He's aware of the alleged dubious transaction that that transaction that you are alleging that are acts of corruption. You are accusing him of being aware of that. That is what you are, but you're not accusing him of
at this stage, I'm no longer alleging at this stage, because the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission have investigated and have come up with a final report, and in that report, it is clearly stated that the transaction was dubious. So it's not Alex Woodard any longer alleging. I was alleging in April when I appeared on Spoon Today is November. And I'm saying to you, the LSTC have come up with the report since June, stating that the allegation I made in April was right.
So Alex, I'm fine with all of that. I'm not. I was only trying to rephrase. I'm fine with that. My sticky question that I had was, and it was feeding off of Kev's question to you. My sticky question that I had was, when Kev asked you that question, I was under the assumption that you said that Tue went into Legis' account and transferred money to his personal account in EcoBank in Ivory Coast. You have said that's not the case. So that's why that was my concern. That's why I wanted to follow up. But thank you. Representative Snow, why keep saying Honorable Snow, Senator Snow. Senator Snow, and I have a question for Representative Yankwe. Sorry, Senator, I beg you. Snow, I know we were talking earlier about the issue, and I can state for the record that I did have a chance to speak briefly with the Vice President today after her statement to the country. And I too was concerned because I wanted to know where she was getting her data, all of the things that, because she did read out some data today, right? She mentioned something about 60% being done in this county, 60% or 40% in other counties. And from what I was told was that she was briefed by both government and international partners. I want to know from you, Senator Snow, first of all, you say you have, and I've seen the letter you wrote. Where are you as far as what the Vice President said today? And are we also saying that the international partners are culpable in this thing, and as much as the Liberian government is culpable? Because why is the international partners, because I keep saying this thing, the international partners are supposed to be our partners in this journey. They're supposed to have some expertise in this thing. Why are they hinging on the fact that this process is ongoing by going as far as giving information and data to the second most powerful person in the country to brief the nation on it? What are your thoughts on that? And then I will ask Representative Yankwe my question.
Well, Ben, as you may be aware, I'm not in the country, so I didn't listen to the Vice President. The only portion of that I've listened to so far is what Stanton played. Matter of fact, when I got on the show, even before I logged on, I was downstairs in the lobby and watching the show. I heard Stanton talking about the Vice President said something. I even sent him a message to ask him what was it the Vice President said. So I've not listened to the entire clip of what happened at the Ministry of Information today, other than what you had played on Spoon. Having said that, the Vice President going on the air to brief the nation, I don't think anything wrong with it. The President is out of the country. The Vice President is the most senior person in the country, working along with the President in charge of directing the affairs of the Cabinet, which is the Minister of Justice, in consultation with the President. So the Vice President going to brief the nation, I don't think, and now the information provided to the nation, maybe we can question. I've not listened to it. All fairness, Stanton can admit, I sent him a text to even ask him what was it that the Vice President said.
All right.
That's one. On the other issue, I heard Alex talking about the Vice President and Lawrence George relationship. Ben, I've known the Vice President for many years, and I don't know her to be someone with questionable character. I don't think she will be. I heard Alex talking about MPFL, NPP, and this and that and all of that. That's not a Vice President that I know. And I doubt if she would try to put the wrong person in a position because of party affiliation, or she would try to fight someone because they have a disagreement. I've known her over the years to be a patriotic citizen, and I doubt that she would do anything to the contrary.
All right, thank you. Stand on my last question, Representative Yankwe. Representative Yankwe,
Can I ask a question, please?
No, hold on 1 minute.
Alex, you will come back, beg you. Let me just get my so we can get the other guys in. Representative Yankwe, you know when you were speaking, and you were lamenting your frustration with your colleagues and the leadership in your chamber. You know, you reminded me of something. I was thinking about something about John Boehner, the former Speaker of the House here in the U.S. who you apparently, what I got from you, and correct me if I'm wrong, I like to start by that. What I got from you is one of frustration. What I got from you is someone who feels that he's trying to do whatever he can do, but he is not getting his way done. I mean, he's not seeing his way through, right? What do you intend to do? Because obviously, every time people pressure members of the legislature, right? And I'll take no other because I've seen him try to bulldoze his way here and there, right? But every time people pressure, especially folks from the lower house, you're always put it on the speaker here. Always. There's always, the speaker and so even my big brother Yeke can always do the same thing. They never put my thing on the floor. They never do this. Representative Yanko, then what are you doing in the House of Representatives? What are you doing there? Because the reason I brought up the scenario with John Boehner, when John Boehner he realized that he wasn't getting cooperation from his caucus,
He resigned.
by the way he was Speaker of the House. He resigned. He resigned. He said, I can't. In fact, the Republicans almost crucified John Boehner for going to play golf with the sitting president of the United States of America. Representative Larry Youngquist, what are you still doing in the House of Representatives if for some reason you can't get anything done?
Well, thank you very much. You are partly right that we are speaking almost out of frustration. But I think resignation is not what I consider as a panacea to what we are going through. As late as last Tuesday, I was encouraged by the speaker to actually write after I called him up and told him that we were proceeding dangerously if we didn't put a stop to this process before it could start. And I outlined all the other things that was connected to it. And he said, okay, I hear. Then in the morning, he called me and said, look, you know what, try to reduce what you have said into writing and let's put it on the floor. Only to see that the communication was allowed to be read, but he said it was too harsh. Why did I say the president was misled? And all of that, I was combative. These were some of the trivialities that made the head of a branch of government that's supposed to checkmate the two other branches plus itself was supposed to use to say that the communication go to leadership when it was intended to be deliberated. The legislature is a deliberative body. And we gain it grounds. They may not take our issue, but that communication led to the ill-fated joint resolution, which is saying that the census should be extended to to January 15. And I look at it, I said, no, this is unprofessional as it is. It doesn't stand the test of best practices. Census are not done indefinitely. It is time specific. And so each time you feel that we are failing, we are winning. Today there was communication on the floor for Samuel Tuah to appear, and Samuel Tuah did come in the building. He spent over 5 hours sitting in the living room or in a waiting room because we had some things we were trying to finish with in the executive session. And the man was there, I think he left around 3 something, when he should have appeared to tell us why is it the census is proceeding, what is doing, what is he doing about the corruption situation at the place, and for us to take some action. Those communications will appear, but what we do with it is what matters. Now, so if anybody feel that we'll be frustrated so we can leave the place, I was not elected by Speaker Chambers. I was elected by the people in Nimba County to make my contribution. And I think I'm doing what I could. Especially so when I belong to the opposition, I'm supposed to checkmate this government. And so we're getting there. We're getting there. There is nothing to stop. There is absolutely nothing to stop.
You only got 1 year left.
Go ahead. Let's give more supervisors to places that you get more trees than people.
Representative
counted, and then we give very small number of them, and you think you're collecting census. I'm not going to touch what the vice president did and did not do because people have talked about it. She is an honorable lady.
Yeah, I don't think Representative
question on the floor.
No, hold on 1 minute. Let me just let me just buttress what.
There was a communication. Try to call your people at the Capitol building. They will show you the agenda of the day. Samuel 12 was supposed to appear today.
I understand. That's why I'm going. I'm speaking on
He
it.
spent over 4 hours, and we could not allow him in here.
One thing that you understand tonight, Representative Youngway, is that for the speaker to tell you that the wording in your communication was too harsh, that speak to the question Ben is asking. And I think that question should go to the speaker. If he cannot do the people's job, he should step aside. I want to say what I want to say, but I can't because I'm on national network. If the deputy speaker for that Kofa, the speaker, because they're all from the other side, and they here to kiss the president ring, they should step aside. Not you. That put a communication on the floor. They say, no. You're too harsh on the president. You know what they're doing here in America? They are calling for impeachment. So I think a better question should go to Fonati Kofa and the speaker. Because it's a very important question, but to the wrong individual.
So let me. I want to
Can I ask on the floor one question?
No, Senator, I need to say something to you first.
You get LHLA a question.
Ask on the floor one question, please.
Yeah, but let me rest on this one. Honorable Snow was, it was true. He was at the Capitol building. It was true. But my question to you, very quick: have you guys rescheduled him? Because Labro want to hear from him, though. Have you guys rescheduled him?
Well, unfortunately, we are not supposed to be in session more than 5 working days after the Senate had closed. So we actually closed today, since today is the official working day. We still have tomorrow to do other cleaning up of our tables and the rest of it. So there is no opportunity except the 22nd when we shall return from a so-called or census break. I mean, the practice, the former speaker is here. The practice is that whenever a communication appears on the agenda, it becomes the property of the plenary. And so it does not require negotiation again. It should automatically appear. Because the way we do our things now is that many times you got to negotiate again before your communication appear, even though it had been admitted, it had been accepted by the plenary through a motion, and unreadinesses have been expressed and vote taking, and it has been adopted as an agenda. So if for some reason it was not exhausted, automatically it should appear. So the appearance of the minister should not be debatable, because we are prepared to quiz him as to, I mean, it will not be the first time anyway, because for once, these guys should have been out of that place like yesterday. And so I think it's time now for us to buckle up. You know, we're not sincere about fighting corruption in this country. Neither are we sincere about having a data that can be used for development, can be disaggregated and appropriate, that can qualify Liberia for international comparability.
Representative,
Can I ask my question?
Ellis, I come to you. Ben want to checkmate me, please.
No, not checkmate you. That's the wrong word. I need to provide some clarity. And I do disagree with your point that I asked the wrong person. Now, I agree with you. I mean, it is a question too that maybe should go to the leadership.
Okay.
But let me say this. I don't expect the leadership to go against their party's interests. The speaker and the deputy speakers are members of the CDC. So my point is, Representative Larry Yankwe, the only difference between Representative Larry Yankwe and Buffer Chambers or Fonati Kofa is that Buffer Chamber is first amongst equals and Fonati Kofa is second amongst equals. All of them got the same, they are all representatives. The reason I asked him that question was because I have listened to him and other representatives on numerous of occasions. And every time you ask them questions about oversight or doing something or moving the needle, they always tend to say, well, The speaker ain't put it on the floor. We ain't got it one going on. We ain't got it. There's always an excuse. So the reason
the speaker didn't put it on the floor because the speaker want to be a partisan.
Listen.
Right?
It is clear cut that buffer chamber is rubber stamp. I'm not defending buffer chambers here. I'm not. I will be very frank with you. I'm not. Right. The only thing I'm saying though is, I asked him. I wasn't asking him to resign. I was asking what is he still doing there, because he seems to be a frustrated man. He seems to be somebody who wants to get things done but cannot get things done. And if you're somewhere where you won't get something done and you can get it done, what are you still doing there? That is the reason why I asked him that question.
Thank you, Ben. Go ahead, ask your one question to Edwin Snow, Alex.
Okay, so I just heard from somebody that if we were in a court of law, Honorable Snow would be an expert witness. And the basis of that would be because Honorable Snow has been with President Taylor as far back as Banga, and maybe even before Banga, up until President Taylor left. So I will first want to lay a premise before asking Honorable Snow the question. And that premise would be, Honorable Snow, do you know Mr. Lawrence George? Do you know him?
Very well. Very well.
Okay. Honorable Snow, was Mr. Lawrence George in Banga with President Taylor?
You know, Alex, let's stop this now. You know, a few minutes ago, when Kev Hassan spoke to Honorable Larry Yankwe and talked about nephew and uncle, Larry came a very strong defense of his profession. You know, so for you now to, and let me say this to you, Alex, your position on this religious thing, I have a lot of respect for you. I follow you. And it's based on your position that I've made it clear that Mr. Twe must be subjected to investigation. But if you come now to say because Lawrence George and the vice president coming from Banga, and because Lawrence George were in the MPP, and because I'm one of those that want to make sure Lawrence George is not at LCC because of the LCC report. I don't support him being there. And for your information, I've spoken directly to the president on this matter. Okay? I don't want Lawrence George there because he's being indicted by the LCC. So you say you explain my relationship with Mr. Taylor, my MPP, my MPF, everything. I don't want him there. Not because I hate him. I know him personally. I have a lot of respect for him. But based on the LCC indicting him, he should not be there at Legis. So I don't want us to take that line.
Hold on, Alex. Hold on, Alex. Let the senator finish, please. Hold on.
So I don't want us to take that line that because the vice president comes from MPP or Lawrence George comes from MPFL. My brother, if we take that line, the whole country will be related to somebody some kind of way. Okay?
Okay, so Honorable Snow, if you listen to me carefully, I said that when the LCC report came up, one of the reasons why I respected the vice president, because in spite of her relationship with Lawrence George, she mustered the courage and took a white pickup from Mr. Lawrence George on the basis. So I'm not dragging the vice president in the mud with Mr. Lawrence.
They won't get issue.
I am only establishing here that what I said with regards to the history of Mr. Lawrence George being with the NPP, being a deputy minister at the Ministry of State and working in the office of the vice president are factual.
No, Alex, I don't have a problem with that. Like you said on the show the other night, and I told a lot of people, like I said to you, just yesterday, me and the president had a conversation on this matter. And I do remember you very well 2014 in my house in the situation. I think I told Stanton or somebody that when you did your analysis, it came, on the dot.
Yeah, that when you did
your will be your Ben. Ben will be you.
Yeah.
It came on the, I still remember you sleeping in my living room in the situation room. I remember you well. And I do respect you. I'm just saying to you, when we start pouring all these strings and this and that, look, I consider you a whistleblower right now. And like my brother kept saying that based on your allegations, Twe should not be subject to our investigation. When I disagree with Kev, you consider a whistleblower. Yep. Whether the information you're providing are factual or not, that's a different thing to be established. But I support you. That
Let's
number
establish
one.
something, Honorable Snow. Thank you very much. I don't want us to dwell on it. We are running against time.
Sure.
I got to bring in Dr. Peabody.
And the decision to fire Lawrence Job
I
is
just
the
want to
president.
say,
I support that decision.
it is important. We're going to dive into it, Alex. Just stay tuned. Dr. Peabody, thank you for joining us. Ask your question. We'll go to Timberland George, back to Kev Hassan and Chairman Ben. I want us to give at least 5 minutes after the round of questions to Alex, because he has a lot to say. I want us to give it 5 minutes. So let's do this
You
round.
just said Dr. Kev Hassan.
Good to see everybody. Good to see you again, Senator Snow, Representative Larry, Alex, and everybody else. Follow our listing. And Alex, last time you were on the shore, I hope your family is safe, Alex, and I hope you are safe. The last time I wrote down something. One of the things that you show us here on this platform was a check that you provided. You said that the finance minister there was money that was transferred to Ivory Coast. I mean, you make a lot of allegations, and as Senator Snow said, we cannot deny or, say it's true or so. But do you know who name that account is in? Can you provide us something with a direct name from the bank, and who named that money, that account is to, and what bank it went in? Can you provide that? Because yes, as they say, there's two sides to every story, and who am I to come here and say I would doubt what you have said? I mean, you're a whistleblower, but when we make allegation, we must be able to balance it, and that's what I always say. I'm one of those who are very objective when it comes to things like that. Can you provide those names and who account that money went into? Whose account it went into?
So, Dr. Peabody, the last time I came and made allegation in April, others said Ellis was lying, Ellis was talking true, and whatever. There was misreaction. And when the LACC came out with the report in June, it was proven that Ellis did not lie. This Ellis William speak with fight. And those who know the history of Ellis William knows that Ellis William, when he speak with fight. I've said to you and to the Liberian people that we needed to transfer or ship tablets and power bank from Ghana. The UNFPA, which is this basket fund manager of the census, had agreed to pay $79,000 to Buku Services from the census basket fund to ship the tablets and power bank from Ghana. Mr. Wilmer Smith, under the direct instruction of Minister Twer, decided to override the decision of the partners and the census secretariat and partnership, and unilaterally, without following the PPCC procedure and violating the PFN law, Minister Twer fronted for AVANet, a company that does not have a valid tax clearance and business registration certificate, inflated the cost of shipment of the tablet and power bank. That account was created in Ivory Coast. It is an EcoBank account. Overnight, within less than 1 day time, the company signed a contract with the government of Liberia on a Saturday, a non-working day, while the UNFPA and other people were waiting to consummate or to conclude discussion relating to the shipment and power of the tablet. Minister Twer instructed Wilmer Smith, and he fronted for that company, and the money was transferred to that company, and that company account is in Ivory Coast, and it is an EcoBank account. And all of this information are placed out, the check numbers, the bank statement, everything. The legislature must take seize of the matter. The legislature has an authority to go to the EcoBank and request to know who are the signatories of that to that account.
But you don't know whose name is in, right? You don't know whose name is in.
Oh, I thought somebody was talking to you.
Alex, you there? You don't know whose name is in. Is Mr. Core direct a signatory to the account in Ivory Coast? Is he a direct signatory?
I'm saying that the president came on, but we have asked that same question and he answered it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let me go to my next question.
Yes,
Senator Snow, Representative Yanko, it didn't sound like I'm repeating my question, but as one of the colleagues said, why is it that you guys don't act until something come up and then you guys exhibit your, oh yeah, we're representing the people. This is a situation. How do you investigate a case based on allegation? Now, we don't know who names is on that account. We don't know who's signatory to that account. What will you guys do? What can you guys do for the Liberian people? And also, Alex has complained about his family. Are you guys going to do something to protect his family, protect him in Liberia? What do you guys provide? But I'm concerned about how will you guys proceed with this kind of investigation?
I should go ahead or you don't go ahead? Larry, I should go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Doc, I don't know if you're listening because you're off, but off the camera. But you know, like we said before you came on the show, most time people think we don't act. Maybe all of the Senate or the legislature or the hearings in the legislature is not aired, so people think that nothing happened. Since started causing us religious, at least there are two senators I know that have championed this noise, or the noise alleges. There are two senators that have championed on the floor of the Senate, and Senator Snow and Senator DeLong. And we wrote a letter. The letter is there. The video clip is there. We're not
I need to play it because some of us just joining in. I need to play these clips. Please consider.
So since the noise started alleges, we've taken it on the national level. There's an issue regarding leges. So presiding, I think the issue of leges is quite alarming. Yes, it may seem as allegation, but I think the Senate need to take charge of some of the widespread allegations coming out of leges. Is quite alarming. The level of corruption, the poor coordination.
I brought her out because the LSC report indict Mr. Whitmer Smith, Lawrence George, and Dominic Pay in their capacity as Deputy for Information and Coordination, Deputy for Administration and Controller of Legislation. For what? Negligence in the procurement process. I know. So if they are charged with negligence just by the procurement process, why do you think they're not negligent in the recruitment process that has brought this chaos?
Go ahead, Honorable Snow. Those are the clips, the videos.
That is it. I've called for. I didn't just speak on it. I wrote a formal letter on the floor and asked for a vote of no confidence in those officials. But I mean, it's up now, so everybody think we're just talking about it. No, Larry Youngquist, who's in that studio, and I can attest to it. Larry have consistently, even when I was in the House of Representatives, he had consistently raised the issue of leges. I mean, religiously. So it's not something that is new. But because it's out now, we're responding. People will think it's new. It's not new.
I want you to address the issue about Alex security. He's a whistleblower. He sent a lot of information out there on social media. His children, his madam, they are all been harassed. I'm not saying, and let's just get this straight, Honorable Snow, we are not putting this on the government, but sympathizer begin or somebody from somewhere, they are not harassing Alex and his family. Can you talk to Liberian? Can you give them some hope as a lawmaker, sir?
Senator, like I just said to you, sometimes setting in a conversation are privileged, but I mentioned just now that I even had a conversation with the president yesterday. You'd be surprised that most of the things we're even talking on the show the other day, those are things he doesn't even know about. And he was wondering why the board didn't take the appropriate actions. I even reminded him who Alex is. Like I said, Alex is a very sharp young man, a very smart young man. And I don't think, based on his information provided to the public as a whistleblower, he should be molested or threatened by anyone. And definitely, if anything Ellis needs us to do, be it an individual senator or the entire Senate, I don't know if he has my number, but please give him my number after the show. He can let us know, and we'll make sure that he's protected. Whatever information, I will encourage Alex that whatever information he has, document those information, send it in, and let us take it from there. But I don't think anybody should threaten you. I don't think you would be threatened. And again, like you said, Stanton, which I agree with, I know that the government of Liberia will never sanction someone threatening Alex because of what he's saying. Now, there could be features, overzealous individuals that may try to intimidate Alex or threaten his life, which should also be condemned, but it wouldn't be something sanctioned by the state that I know. And Alex, please ask sanction for my number. If there's anything I can do to help the situation or allow you the opportunity to be heard, I would definitely do that. Because like I said, I've dealt with you before since 2014. I've not seen you since then, or I've not interacted with you since then. But I think you are a very smart young man, and you must be given an opportunity to exhibit your talent and your high degree of professionalism.
Okay, so you do have Alex's number, and Alex have your number, because Alex just agreed that I should share what I should share, and I just did. Honorable Larry Youngquist, you want to please start to respond?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, the reason why we have laws in country is to protect the weak and the strong. And I know there exists Whistleblower Act or Whistleblower Law in Liberia. Or there exists Witness Protection Law. So these laws were intended to serve us. These are some of the things that make it difficult for me to follow what Ben was trying to suggest, that, oh, since your views can't go through, try to resign. An eye for an eye make the whole society go blind. You know what it means for a Yeke to be out of the legislature?
I didn't say you to resign.
A Larry Youngquist to be out of the legislature and one of you like-minded people. So this is the kind of society you want? No. We're not going to be following those kind of things. We're going to stay here to tell people there's law in this country. If you touch Alex and you think you can go with impunity, you got to try it. But whatever the case is, we are following very closely since the outburst of Alex when he got frustrated and started releasing whatever information is. He has got a lot of admiration, and a lot of people have been calling us as to what can we do to protect the young man. And I even share with him and try to find out about, we're not going to be disclosing whatever we are capable of doing to ensure that he and his children are okay. We're simply trying to say that he should go ahead doing what he does, which is helping to shape this country. And all of you guys who have been one way or the other supportive, are doing well. Imagine we're trying to save a baby from his mother and father. This is a guy who had been with the president when he was fighting to become senator, young as he is, doing what he could, to the extent that I was very astonished to see in such high position in the government. But later on, oh yeah, this man got a root also from the Southeast, not knowing it was not because of his Southeastern connection, but because of his prowess and his own exhibition of talent in the CDC arena. For us to be thinking about how can we save him from his own people, it's mind-boggling. But Ellen is also a guy that belongs to other people. And I think before anybody thinks he can do anything to him and his parents or his children, I think the president should start thinking in so many ways. But whatever it is, he is an integral part of the society, and he belongs to people. And
Thank you very much.
whatever can be done,
Honorable.
I don't want to say anything beyond that.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We appreciate you. We appreciate, guys. It's 11, 6:11 over here. Therefore, it will be 12:11 at Edwin Snow end. We just have another 19 minutes to go into the program. If you want to say it, when it's your turn, speak. But I will use my last 2 minutes on the show to ask Honorable Snow and Honorable.
Stato, can I talk about the vice president either?
Yeah, you will. You will. We're going to come to you. You will use your time. Just I beg you, Alex. I'm trying to respect the time over here. Honorable Snow, what's going on with this story? I know it's a sad story. We'll come back on Census. Honorable Larry, what's going on with this story? I received a lot of information today. Document that the gentleman, he was released.
Stand on.
He was talking to Musa Din, and we should be getting some information coming out from the Justice Ministry. Somebody released somebody. The American, they are furious. US $100 million cocaine suspect. Those that were arrested. Probably some of them all over the country. Can you talk to us, Honorable Snow, on this real quick, if you have any information?
Stedon, again, I saw it on your page today, or you talked about it. It's troubling, and it only shows now that it's good that the guys who suspected the drug being in the container alerted the Americans instead. If this information is right, I can tell you that heads will roll. Heads will roll. I've been texting since I saw it on your page at the highest level, and they're very concerning. And who those involved, if this information is right, you can trust me, they will be in serious trouble. I mean, this is not just about the Liberian government. It's about international justice. It's about the issue of drugs, and this is not something that will be taken lightly by the government.
Thank you, but you know, I just said, Stanton, you get this information, do not release it at the appropriate time. But you know, like me, I always release information, but this one here is hard to release. Something is just not right with this. It's shocking, guys. I wish I can. There's some message going around, right? But this gentleman released. It is shocking. Now we would trust what you say, that you're speaking to folks out there, but it is also important that somebody address the nation on this issue. That after they arrest, they were put in jail. Now they are free to fly. Honorable Larry Youngcourt.
Well, my reaction was that I think it appeared on your live field yesterday, and I commented that the person that freed this person had been thinking that since the new law on drugs that we passed, which has made those that bring the substance in the country and those that traffic it going to be non-bailable, except that only the user, according to the latest version of the Senate, we say the user we can be bailed out. Maybe the person might be thinking that the old law is still in force and the new one had not become perfected because it hasn't been signed into law. But again, like in journalism, you gotta be careful how you exercise your option. And $100 million drugs already, we don't know how much. Our youth are inundated with drug addiction, and we are almost losing whole generation. We've been talking about making drug non-bailable. They have been dragging for long. I'm one of the co-sponsors of that bill. And luckily for us, the two houses have had something that they have to, the 12% have to sit around to come up with a version that the president can sign so that the non-bailability can take place. Then you have an opportunity to have these people, even if they say the old law does not make it bailable. So the person who bailed that person out should be held responsible in addition to those that the fellow was in their custody, so that it can be the first area where the government will show that they are very serious. But I think for Liberia to be used as a transit point for peddling drugs in our sub-region, if not on the continent, is worrisome, because I'm not sure whether those 100 million worth of drugs will all remain here to be consumed. I don't know whether we have such a market, but I think we should really show that Liberia is not prepared for this kind of uncivilized behavior. So it's shocking as it is worrisome.
There's a little confusion as to the manner in which they were charged. Honorable Snow and Honorable Youngquay. We have all the charge sheet, those information. 2, 3 were charged separately, differently from the other gentlemen. And it's so confusing. I'm going to let it just pause, because I will give you a day or two if those in authority feel to speak, and I will just put out the charge sheet out there, because we have this information. The way in which they were charged gave room for this gentleman to be released. So it's there's the question now, why you separated the sheep from the goat? Both of them ate the grass. So why?
Against 10.
But it's shocking. I just wanted to throw it in there, it's shocking.
Like I said to you, this is grave. It's an embarrassment to the country. It's not something like Honorable Larry just said, Honorable Larry Youngquay just said. Even if the law has not been passed and you say it's bailable, I want to see what is the bill you gave or the bond for $100 million case. And like you're saying, if your information is right, that the charge sheets were separated and with different magnitude, stand. This is not something the country would take lightly. I mean, Liberia could be on a serious international punishment, if I may say that, for something like this. So it's not something likely, and I don't think that those responsible for this will not just be punished in Liberia, but they will face some international punishment as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Snow. Guys, if you have any other thing, we want to make Alex last. We want to say, if you have questions for Honorable Kev Hassan, you can go. Let's wrap this thing up, guys. Please. Kev, go ahead.
Yeah, it's something I wanted to flag on, so I need clarity from Alex. There's a amount from the CBL check account. The account number, I want us to put it on. The account number is 61013504441. The end with 441. Can you put that up? Can James put that up? I want to ask him something on this account. And one of his document is an account that ends with 0441. 0441. Can you put that up? It ends with 0441. Yeah, I want to ask Alex to make a clarity on something on that account.
Are you with us? A good day. I don't know, Kev. Can you just ask your question, please?
Well, my question was based on what I saw on the account, because I want to know whether, and based on what I'm seeing here, whether he got that account from a spreadsheet. That whole, because if we put it up, I will show part of that. I don't know if it's a check or what he's saying. So I wanted to ask him how he got this, if it from a spreadsheet, because under the EcoBank there's a red line, because if he got it from EcoBank or something, or he created it, because whenever you see a red line on something you try to spell or something, the system don't recognize it. So if this were legitimate from EcoBank or a bank account or something in the system that he got, we will not see the red line. So that's why I want to put on it, because if Microsoft don't recognize or something that you're getting from Microsoft, you will see the red line. That red line mean either misspell or they don't recognize. Like if you put an honorable Yankwe name right now, you see the red line because they probably don't recognize that name. So I wish we can put it up so I can show the public. I want the public to see that, not only for Alex. I want the public to see
You
what
have
I'm.
you take a picture, send it to me. Let me ask James to
No,
find it.
Okay, but it's in the
which one you want us to put up? Because we got a lot of stuff like put it up. Let
Yeah,
me see it.
I just give you the account number end with
Give me-
041.
Don't give me the account number. Just pull up what you have in your hand. Let me see.
I don't know if
bring it closer. Just bring it closer, Kev. I don't know, man.
You can see it?
James, if you can see that, James, where are you? Please put those information up for Kev, please. Kev, let me do this. I don't know what James said. Let me see if I can find something that you're looking for.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on. All right. Hold on 1 minute, Kev. Just give me the heading update. Just read the top. Those are checks.
Yeah, Census LRD.
This one.
No, it says Census
Is
LRD.
this? Yeah, hold on now. I'm trying to find it. Is this one?
No, not that one.
Okay. This one?
No.
Okay. Hold on 1 minute. Oh.
You see a red line on it that under the echo.
Okay. So here's the issue. Everything that was done yesterday is done yet but these two. James, can you send it to James? Let he find it and upload it, Kev. We will share it before we leave the program today. Can you please take a picture of it, send it to James?
It's in the
James,
chat.
So, CEO, I think while Kev is trying to find whatever exhibit that he wants to display, I think I can proceed with basically one of the most important.
Go ahead, Alex. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so yeah, like I told you, Stanton, the major reason why I thought to come on the show today was to talk to the conscience of my mother, the vice president, who I have a high level of respect for and admiration. And like I said and made reference, one of the first time I started to even increase the respect for her was when the LACC report came out and she mustered the courage to have taken action and asked the president to have taken action. But I want to say to you today, Madam Vice President and my mother, that you were misled again by Lawrence George and the rest of the other people. You begin your statement today, Madam VP, by saying that in this challenging time comes miracle. Madam VP, census is not a supernatural process that comes with miracle. It is a scientific process that must follow scientific steps and methodology. You also assure the partners today, Madam VP, and the citizen that census is on course. Madam VP, in my common Liberian English, I would say that now how census can be on course, Madam VP. You said you have been engaging for the past 2 days, and they have informed you that the hustle listing, the questionnaire design, the pre-testing, and the pre-enumeration issue are just about due. Mama, the truth is, census has stages. We are long past that stage. That is the pre-enumeration phase of census. We did it many, many years. Last year, we finished with the mapping of the country. We are not discussing that, Madam VP. What we are right now is at the enumeration phase of the census. And that brings me squarely because of time factor to look at your data that you released today, Madam President, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, from your own data that you released today tells us that census is not on course. Madam VP, it tells us that only 27.83% of the entire 13,835 enumeration area in the entire country as of today when you are speaking have been deployed. Why do I say so, Madam VP? You provided us information today that 60% of bombing has been deployed, 66% in Bom, 17% in Bapulu, 13% in Grand Bassel, 60% in Grand Cape Man, 100% in Grand Coup, 26% in Lofa, 20% in Mangibi, 14% in Maryland. You said, Madam VP, Mosorado and Nema are in quagmire, and people are still trying to deploy. You also went further to say 38% of Riverside has been deployed, 100% of River G has been deployed, and 79% of San have been deployed. Before going further, Honorable VP, let me inform you that even the Grand Coup you said that 100% have been deployed is not true. Today, and as I speak, even before coming on the show, look at the census dashboard. Even the president home, nobody has been deployed there. There has been no enumeration. But Madam Vice President, doing the mathematics, taking into consideration the number of EAs in each of the counties, it tells me that out of a total of 13,835 enumeration area for the entire country, assuming that even 10% of Mosorado and Nema has been deployed, it still tells us that only 9,984 enumeration area has yet to be deployed. 9,984 enumeration area out of 13,835 enumeration area means, Madam VP, that 72.17% of the entire country has not received an enumerator and there has been no deployment. Where they also say only 27.83, Madam President and Vice President, anywhere around the world is not on course. Anywhere around the world is not passing mark. Let me also inform you, Madam VP, that just Mosorado and Nema alone, where you said there is no deployment, constitute over 50%, of the enumeration area. And even if you do the census based on the household enumeration and household listing that we have done from the geographic mapping exercise of our country, Madam VP tells us that even the census result will show that Mosorado and Nema have 50% of the population of our country. Madam President, Vice President, can you imagine 50%, half of the entire country, nobody has been deployed? Is this a census that is on course? Census is not on course. And Madam Vice President, because of time, let me also say to you that this is not a survey. That is not how we do census. One of the three fundamental property and characteristics of census, it says census must be done everywhere and at the same time. Some people can be in Maryland County, people be in Lofa County, then nobody in Mosorado, nobody. That survey there, Madam VP, that not census. Census, we must count everybody at the same time and in the same place. Madam VP, let me also say to you in a word today, in actuality, censuses all around the world is just the first day, which is the proclamation day. The rest of the remaining 9 days are callbacks. That is, you go to Mr. Honorable Edwin Snow's house, you don't meet him there. On the day of the proclamation, you will have to come back with the remaining 9 days to count him in a hustle, Madam VP. The last thing, or maybe the second to the last I want to say, Madam VP, is that you say on Saturday you will be counted. Madam VP, when we start the counting on the proclamation day, you and the president should be the first group of people we count and we make it public, that serves as a motivational factor to other people and encourage them to get counted. If you are going to be counted Saturday, Honorable VP, and the census counting is supposed to be ending on the 22nd, and we have less than 5 days, where are we heading, Honorable VP? These people misled you, they lied to you, they embarrassed you today just as they embarrassed the president yesterday. It is not true. This census is a complete failure. You want to count up to the end of this month, you'll go ahead and count. But if you get half of the population, nobody in this world and Liberia should respect me. That census is doomed. Postpone the census, prosecute Lawrence George and the rest of the other people, shift it to January or February, because whatever you like, this census result will, number one, not be accepted by the legislature. Number two, the international community will do what we call the post-enumeration survey after the enumeration exercise, and the post-enumeration survey will reveal that the census was a failure. It did not follow scientific steps. People that also appeal to them to help this country, they deny us, they embarrass us, they lied on us, and today the country is in a mess. That is how we want to conclude and appeal to you, Madam Vice President, to remain that lady of integrity that I know, to not allow Lawrence George to mislead you. Lawrence George has been misleading you for long. Please disassociate yourself from him.
Baku?
Bagu.
Imagine as a nationwide address.
I'm going to make that address the whole nation.
That is yellow.
Baku, that's my ball.
Alex, let me say this to you. And we know we're going to have you back here again.
He's smart. I like him. He's smart.
Because what is happening is that, no disrespect to the VP, I love her. She's great. She's my friend. She take my call whenever I call. But I think today she was misled. She was in a position to ease the tension, to address the nation. She did. But folks that gave her the information misled her. You know, I spoke to Alex today, and I spoke to other individuals after the vice president spoke. And we're like, damn. We're like, damn, who's doing this to our nation? Who is actually doing this thing? You lied to the president. And it's not enough. You're going to lie. You're lying to the VP as well. You know, but to each his own. Let's wrap this thing up, guys.
So, Ellis,
I want
Ellis,
to
Ellis, out of the country, I'm going back Sunday. I can go bombing money. You can't me.
You lazy, man.
Where did the proclamation meet you?
Maybe bombing, but on holiday or wasted.
You know, that's another thing again allowed to the people. They said the census started on the 8th of November. How you do it to the people like that?
So there's a lot of things the VP statement out there, but want to say hat off to her. We wish her well. Honorable Larry, can you conclude? Can you wrap? And let's bring this program to an end, please.
Well, that's why it's good to born good children. Our ideas are a little bit archaic.
Larry, include me, Ellis. Do you clear Ellis when you are supporting?
We are fresh people who do better than
people
are doing. So he just said all I could afford to say with my 19 J.J. Roberts demographic knowledge, but he has brought a very fresh blood into the system. Census is simultaneity. The fact that where the concentration of the population is heaviest, nothing has been done there, and where you have sparsely populated area, you are seeing that much is being done. It just shows that we're not going anywhere. So if we want to collect data for other things, we can do so, but it's not census. It's not census. And so, as it is now that we know what we had, Honorable Snow, who apparently has the right link with the presidency at times, we can't take that from him.
All the time.
I hope that we can start making some impression for the president to take a best decision for this country by just stopping this whole thing. We don't have to keep ourselves busy for nothing. We have this biometric thing hanging over us. We haven't found a way around it, and I hope it is.
I'm sorry. I asked for your closing, but real quick. I forgot one of the very important questions. Please help us. I beg you, please. 2 questions. One is it confirmed that the censor now is also you guys wrote, and is it confirmed that this thing will be finishing January 15th?
No, I expressed my objection to it. I said was unprofessional. Census is a process. All the pre-enumeration things have been done, the mapping. I'm also on the subject matter or committee, where technicians sit around the table, which of these areas that you think during analysis we can capitalize on and cut tables so that professionals can cut can analyze our census around. And the technical committee and the rest of it, all of those things have been things of the past that led to the mapping and recruitment and the rest of it. No, when they brought it for us to sign, I told the speaker, this is wrong. You can't do census for 2 months, 5 days, because from the 8th to January 15, it means you will be talking about 2 months, 5 days when you're only supposed to do census for 1 day and 9 days of follow-up period. Anything short of that, you are diluted the whole process. And so, I said, we could not even sign it. It was not perfected. Like Honorable Green was correct. The Senate closed that day before we could close. And the president is not here to sign. Apparently, you could tell the acting president to sign, whatever it is. So it hasn't been published. So
you from the opposition. My last question, incorporate this into your closing. You from the opposition, ANC, CPP. You are from that part of the political arena. I'm going to ask you this question real quick, sir. What's your fear? You think with the result coming up from this censor, it bring about the trickle-down effect, that fear that this will cause problem with the election 2023? Can you talk to Liberians tonight on that issue? And I will leave you alone, please.
Oh, yes. If the level of arrogance or the level of non-response that we are getting from the higher ups continue, I'm afraid similar thing, if it is allowed to reappear during the electoral process, we are heading in the wrong direction. Why do I say so? If people would know what is at stake, blows alarm, and nobody takes heed. I hope during the registration, for example, if a lot of things are happening and people blow alarm and it doesn't happen, election day when you are expected to be counted, it take half of Monserrado and send it to Cayman and take portion of Cayman and send it to Nimba, and that confusion persists. We're going to be talking about interim government, because nobody's going to allow anybody to remain in power 1 day other than the one the Constitution provides for. And so that's why if we have to do it, we do it properly. If anybody wants to use the population to manipulate election, I'm saying we will be suggesting to our political leaders to commission technicians to do projection of this country, population based on the 2008 census, even though the time frame for extrapolation is long, but something is better than nothing, so that we can have the baseline data of ourselves, and so that anybody who will come and say this other one, the population of this place quadruple or triple, we can say, no, you just got it wrong. And so if anybody feels that they are over assigning supervisors in some areas with the hope that the people are more than the other areas where they are under assigning, they're going to get it wrong, except where the opposition does not want to put technicians together and achieve for us what the country is supposed to have achieved through the census. And so that fear can be allayed by us doing what we're supposed to do.
Thank you very much. This is important. Alex, this is important. Did you see
Alex time to speak?
Honorable Yankwe, we will give Alex time. But did you see this though? This from the Honorable House of Representatives, Republic of Liberia.
I saw it, and I don't know when it happened, but has it been consummated?
It's saying that as of November 7th, up to January 15, 2023. The plenary of both houses took the decision last evening to afford the appropriate authority to ensure adequate preparation. According to the press release from the legislature, the executive branch of the government of Liberia is hereby authorized to immediately proceed with all activities leading to the conduct of the national census following the passage of the Joint Resolution 003-2022. Meanwhile, the Honorable House of Representatives has appropriated an additional amount of US $200,000 to go into Lawrence George and Wilma Smith packet. Did you see this?
Okay. Can I respond to what the Honorable responded to?
No, I beg you, Ellis, hold on 1 minute. I want the Honorable to address this information I just read, please.
That is more or less a press release. I think they were making reference to the ill-fated Joint Resolution, which I rejected on technical ground. That census is for 10 days. I will only sign AUSA. Meanwhile, we have instructed the executive to halt the process, and then we put some actionable points together and a roadmap that says, look, let's redo the recruitment. Let's use 10 days to train these people, 7 of which will be for theory, 3 of which will be for familiarization of the census, of the EAs, and deploying all the logistics and gadgets on time. I will be willing to sign if you did so, start the process. But once you say census must go on, why you just go on until January 5th, it's nothing. I didn't sign it. And so that is looking like a press conference. And the 200,000 came about because the Legis headquarters told the director of census or Legis at the county levels to recruit caterers. And there are some people that I know in Monserrado, in Nimba, that killed up to 3 cows. At the time the rice price was high in this country, they bought over 50 bags of rice, stockpiled them to field trainees. And so Legis heads came and said, we didn't sign contract. I said, who did you sign contract with? Even the people, the trainers, the master trainers, the TOT, and the enumerator, you haven't signed contract with anybody. So if you tell a caterer, I didn't sign contract with you, the lawyers can tell you who have you ever signed contract with since you started. So because of that, Samuel Tue in plenary before us agreed that they will look for money to start paying the vendors. I had 200,000 came. We've been doing some work also, like Snow said. Snow said.
Thank you very much.
200,000 came about. So that is just a press conference. It's not a joint resolution because the last time I checked, the president had not done any proclamation other than the one he did, which was started on the 8th.
Thank you very much.
Let Ellis talk about what
I'm trying to see that you leave early, but you can wait for Alex to talk.
Yeah, so buttressing the Honorable, the thing is that release you seen was placed on the You see, the same thing you wanted me to do with you, the MPP, and then I want to get into the why you might be brother anyway. You know, you might be brother anyway. But the thing is, that release you are reading or showing out was placed out on the 10th. That was a day before the 11th. Census began on the day of proclamation. And the day of proclamation for the census was the 11th. So that release is even contradicting herself that says by saying census starts on the 7th. Census actually starts on the day since the enumeration it begins, which was the 11th. The next thing in relation to the question you asked on Larry Yankwe with regards to the election and with regards to planning and whatever, that was again one of where I felt so bad today when they misled the vice president and said that, and the vice president said that this census data will be utilized for development and planning for the next 25 years. No. Article 39 of our constitution says every 10 years we have census. It needed to inform the president that this only goes for 10 years. And we have already gone, I think, more than 14 years. That is why I keep appealing to them. Cut it off. Dismiss Lawrence George, Wilma Smith, and all those who are guilty. Bring in qualified and competent people to head the census. Retrain these people because they are not even being trained. Some of the people did not see the gadget at all. Some places there were 140, 180 people to a class size of 40. So these people need to be retrained. You need to pay them a certain fee and whatever. You need to remove these people to give credibility to the process. And you need to adjust the census to early next year, because now we are moving to December, which will be, the population will be non-stationary. There will be people, high increase of migration, emigration, and immigration. And so that is the way to face this problem. Other than that, we'll just for the money, and this census will not have quality data. You will clean the data at the end of the day until you not get anything. And that is not what we want to do census for. That is just my appeal to the president and to everyone in leadership in Liberia to do what is right to save our country. We will be a laughing stock. The international community will scratch this thing out. It will just not feasible. And that is why I want to beg the president on that. Please, Mr. President, do the needful.
Alex, William, we want to say thank you very much for joining us for tonight. Have a wonderful evening, and we will talk later. Have a good night. Honorable Larry Youngquart, thank you. As always, please be safe. And
thank you.
We look forward to speaking to you again in the near future. Thank you. Honorable Edwin Snow, you like to do your closing?
Yeah, stands on a very serious note. You saw me on my phone. I've been texting some of my ECOWAS colleagues that tune into your show, been texting me.
And the Brazil.
And I mean, Jeff for that 8 years of report, I did press conference, the whole government and press conference, American embassy, you can separate press conference. Everybody get friends.
Yesterday, man. Leave the man alone, man.
All right, what you got? The whole country. Issue press conference, man. When they kill you got press conference.
No, why you got something again for a tea?
Not my brother, but they kept me.
I'll tell you this. After the show, I said, "Well, man, what happened?" I said, "Oh, man, I didn't see the country on the press conference."
The whole country on the man that when you kill 1 man press conference. Yeah, they don't care. They're real operative, but true.
Yeah, but the man ain't see you, yeah.
That's all it, man. That's all it, man. Anyway, Stan, it's a serious issue. And every time I listen to your show, sometimes it's thought-provoking, sometimes we disagree and everything. But the fact that Spoon has taken the evening airways to inform the Liberian people on crucial national issues, I think all of us, independent, ruling establishment, opposition, must make time to listen to some of these critical issues and help to formulate our national agenda. Because it's very important. This is a show that people listen to. It's a family show. You can actually get a child to listen to this show because the languages are, acceptable. I've been texting some of my ECOWAS friends have been texting me here, and they are laughing at us actually. That, like I said earlier, that next door Sierra Leone just had a successful conduct of census and voter registration. Liberia is still fighting over conducting the census and agreeing to go to biometric system for the election. It's very serious. And we can have all of our alliances, our relationships, but nothing should come more or before the country. So I want to encourage all of us to take this matter seriously. And the census is not left with Liberians alone. It has to be, if it's not accepted by the international community, then you've done nothing. So this is a very serious situation. Look, Stan, I'm not boasting, but 3-4 years ago, it was just through relationship with the Ghanaian authority that Ghana sent us police escort back on a cargo plane free of charge. I'm sure if we foster similar relationship, we could have gotten the tablets from Ghana, on a loan basis. That's why I'm concerned about tablets payment being made to Ivory Coast and all those kind of situations. Those are serious issues that we should look at. And we don't have to say, oh, we're friends or we're this, so let's swallow it. It's very serious for us as a country. So again, I just want to say thank you. I think you're doing a good job. Yes, we disagree sometimes. Sometimes I call you, we disagree. Even though you blocked me before, I blocked you also. But I like your show. It's a good show, and it's good for the nation.
The only person that blocked you was Summit Twain.
And honestly, with all sincerity, it's important that we listen to people like Larry Youngquart, Larry, yes, he's an opposition. Yes, he's a hardliner. But Larry lives with this. This is his field. He loves it. That's where he comes from. He comes from the Ministry of Planning background. He went to school for it. And so when people like Larry talking, it's good to listen to them. Take out the garbage if there's any, and let's listen to the reality. But this is a very serious situation. To have the censor extended up to January 15. Somebody from ECOWAS just sent me a text that it's not possible. That you can't have censors for that, kind of long period. So, these are things we need to look at. And I'm happy that the Senate will resume session on Tuesday. I'm sure we'll be speaking on the matter on the floor of the Senate. And I'm sure the leadership of the Senate will take the necessary action to work along the executive in the spirit of coordination to see how best we can remedy some of the situation. Thank
The
you.
Honorable Edwin Mervyn Snow Jr. Hang with us while we close this thing, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let me go first.
Thank you, Chief. 1 o'clock almost.
I understand, Chairman. If I
Yeah.
keep you and somebody and Peabody, then careful talk for short time. If I let you go, then it means the man already came with 2
No, let me go there. Careful, go. I beg you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, and it's good. I was Snow. Thank you for that closing. Look, I believe out of every tragedy there can be an opportunity. Every misstep, there's an opportunity that can be seized. When they say it's not how many times you fall, but it's how many times you're able to get up. And it's fascinating what you just said, Robert Snow, about Sierra Leone next door doing her biometrics, because they have elections next year also, I believe.
June next year, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I believe we can get this thing done. This is not going to be a situation where we can get it done. I agree with you 100%. We need to listen to the experts. We need to widen the tent a little bit. I think I think some of the conversations that needs to start to happen right now is what is the best way forward. Let's stop for a moment and ask the question, okay, what is the best way forward? Because like you just said, if the international community would not accept it, then it's obviously a problem. Something Alex said just now that sparked something in my head, and I must commend him because is that in the month of December, it is a migration month. People are going for vacations, people are coming in the country for vacation. So there's a lot of traffic in December, right? Especially Montserrat County. So all of these things, I believe, needs to be taken into consideration as we engage in trying to get this thing off the ground and running. I want to implore and I want to urge the government to, I want to urge the government to open up the space. There's a lot of resources out there, human capital out there that we can get on board. We can ask for help. I said to somebody today, there were challenges during the Ellen census, but one of the things that were blessed the Ellen census was UNMIL was in the country, so they utilized a lot of the UNMIL logistics, like the helicopters, all of those different things. Some of the challenges that we see today were not challenges they had to deal with. But I also reminded the person that we had time to plan because we knew that UNMIL was not going to stay in Liberia forever, right? So I just want to say I hope and pray that we find the best way forward, especially you guys who are national leaders. As you go into your huddles, let us find the best way forward so that we're able to get an accurate census result for the development and for the transformation of our country. But I thought it was a fascinating conversation, and I thought it was a great talk.
Thank you. Well, we're going to bring in Kev Hassan. I just been reminded that tomorrow's show will be hosting a gentleman from the Liberian Water and Sewer Corporation. Similar situation with Legis. He called on the show the last time 12 was on the show, and he debunked some of the issues. With documents sent to me, I think again we would discuss this thing about mismanagement, and we would talk about whistleblower. What is happening? Money. And he said he was falsely accused. So we will bring him on The flyer is made. We'll discuss him. And on Saturday, we'll be paying a host to Kobasi. He got a new single coming out, a new music. We just want to chill on Saturday. This is the gentleman, Sensi Morris, former worker. He was suspended, deputy managing director for finance at LWSC. We will be listening to him, his story, his ordeal while working over there. And what the story is, remember, Samuel also served as the board chair. He's the board chair at Labrador Wilderness Work Corporation. And we'll be discussing that likewise. On Saturday, we'll pause, we'll cool the temperature. Those that can drink wine will drink wine, and we'll be listening to Kobasi. He's going to come to tell the world, to tell Liberia. He got a new music, but something hit me today. He lost his father, and I was able to communicate with him. We wish him well, and we are happy to host him on Saturday. Kev Hassan, can you do your closing, sir?
Senator Snow, let me speak to you as a lawmaker. You know, it's good that you know you have your oversight power, but you call for where I don't know if I'm using the right word. You say investigated or what? If that's the word you said, but I will urge our lawmakers to look at some of this evidence. I didn't have chance to show you something that I pick up on some of the document. I wish I had a chance to show you and show our people so they can see it, because a lot of people, they feel that when I'm speaking to this thing, they feel that I just want to back somebody or because I support the president. You know, I live number 20 LMC compound in Bomi. That's where I grew up. I had a very good life. You know, my father was working to lend the mines. And because of the war, you know, people sometimes think I just want to talk because I support the government. But because of the war, we lost everything. And I watched my father sat on the push and drop and die. He was not sick. But my father used to tell me some of these things they used to say in that country. My father, as a little boy, Fago used to come in our house. Fago used to come to our house. I used to go to Fago, my house. You know what I'm talking about. My father used to say some of those things are lies. I remember in my head. Because people don't like somebody or they don't like the government or they fight against the government, they fix the stories. And because of that, a lot of things happen in Liberia. Some people go on sanction because their affiliation. Somebody get up and say, James Doe is friendly to this person, or James Doe say hi to child stealer. They destroy their lives. And I decide to fight against those things. That's why I fight. That's why I fight. When somebody look at the invisible pack, Senator Snow, and see our children playing on it and condemn it, it hurts.
because they want to make our people feel that what the president doing is wrong. When people look at the homes behind the invisible park, that people sleeping in there, they condemn it. The homes that being built in bombing, they condemn it. When you said, Mr. President, if you do for bombing, bombing will make you happy, they condemn it. How can the president do for me and I will not support you? They condemn it. That's why I speak. I'm not speaking because I just want to talk. Yes, it's my president, that's my government, but I speak because they took us down the same road. Make everything this president do. The president traveled and came back. The hospital in Bapolo, they condemn it. 14 military hospital, they condemn it. Even though it's a place that saved lives during the COVID, they condemn it. Everything they condemn. Somebody asked me, he said, why are you not being objective? And I asked the president, are the opposition objective? Are the opposition, when last you see opposition member on the show, Senator Snow, and say, thank God, hospital bill in Bapulu. You know, they will say, why you go fix hospital in JFK? So somebody should be leaving for Bapulu to come to JFK? That's why I speak. Because I speak because I believe in the vision of George Mane Weah. I speak because I believe that he's the better man for this country. Because I believe that somebody will not leave this country or people will not die because of oxygen anymore. I stand to be corrected, but I believe we have an oxygen plant in Bumi, right? That was open.
You're correct. You're correct.
I believe my people in Bumi will not die because lack of oxygen. Why will I not support this president? Why will people who want to come back did not put oxygen plants in Bumi? I believe that dialysis center, a friend of mine, sister, passed away in some other country because of kidney, lack of dialysis center. Senator Snow, we host a lady on Spoon. I think she was in Kenya. She went to Kenya because just to have dialysis treatment. But she couldn't come to Liberia because she was homesick. She needed help. So because we never had dialysis center in Liberia, she came to Sierra Leone. Because her reason, I want to be close to home. With this president, you will no longer go to Kenya or Sierra Leone. You will be in your home because it's there. They criticize it. The WAEC fee, my little sister, Mama C. Kaba, she said on the show when she was getting ready to get her WAEC fee, people wanted to sleep with her just to pay. Because of this president, our young girls will not be around prostituting to pay their WAEC fee. They criticize it. That's why I speak. My little sister, Mama Sikaba, people wanted to sleep with her because just for WAEC fee. She refused. But this president will make a way for our girls, for people not to sleep with them. That's why I speak. So people can say all they want to say. Call me blind lawyers, you dull, you sick, you this. They're sending threatening remarks every day. But I speak because of the goodness of George Manuel Weah. And you know that in the snow, not today. This man been good to this nation. Not today. That's why I speak. I speak because George Manuel Weah is the only man we had during the days that we needed somebody. That's why I speak. I just want to say that. Thank you for allowing me the time spent over the school.
You're quite welcome, Kev Hassan. Thank you. Sentimony George?
But he spoke to me. I won't respond.
Why are you saying it quite welcome like that?
But stand on.
You trying to be extra nice today?
No, you're going to take us home.
Okay,
because
thank you.
I want to speak, then you can take us home, please.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator, you finish speaking, but there are 2 minutes.
Okay, I agree, but Sentimony, can you repeat?
Because you know when you respond to Kev, there, Kev will.
No. I want to respond to Kev. Let me do it now. Before I will respond to Kev in a very, very unique manner. To each his own. Kev believe an admiration for the president. And what he believed is what he believed. I may disagree with some of the issue he raised. I may disagree with some of his presentation, but I respect him because he have a fundamental belief.
And he should have a voice.
His belief, say what you want to say. This president is the right man for the job, and the president have done extremely well. You can come from the opposition or no position. You can disagree with him, but I respect Kev for his belief.
I agree.
And so when folks say, you know what, why you allow Kev
to
do this one? And I ask them, as long as I'm not shutting you off, as long as I'm allowing you to talk to me, I should allow Kev. Kev is the only person I will speak to every morning going to work. I would tell my wife, say, babe, let me talk to you later. She said, Kev calling? I say, yeah. And I have used Kev's name to talk to other individuals too. So you know how I work.
Other girls?
Okay, I'll go to the next topic.
But Kev, no. But you know, I would say this though, in all fairness. I will speak to him in the morning and in the evening because he's a friend, not because of what we do on the show. And next weekend, Kev will be spending the weekend with me. 3 days weekend, he and his family.
Jesus.
Let me say this to Chairman Ben High. We'll be having a good time. All right. And I think Sentimony going to be joining us too and Peabody.
Oh, you're spending Thanksgiving together. Oh, that's nice.
I respect you. And I would say I really, really respect you. Thank you for a powerful closing.
Stanton, you're right. Kev is entitled to his opinion and he should have a voice. You know, I see people here, oh, Kev should shut up. Y'all let Kev shut up. No. This is a democracy. People are entitled to their opinions. You know, so I just thought it was very.
I respect him for his opinion. But Judge, go ahead.
Well, we had an interactive show. Look, the census is good for our country. Take it or leave it. It's very good. The census brings a lot of good stuff for this country. It tells us where to prioritize our resources and so forth. And whether, like the Vice President said today, it is a school is here, and they'll tell you that school, you need another school that you need to just improve the school. A lot of good things come from the census. That was very important. And I'm disappointed that since 2008, we have yet to conduct another census. And it all goes on this government. I blame the government should take blame for this. There's no regional reason. But one thing that puzzles me is that our international partners are involved, but they're not saying much. So that's maybe when the Senate and the House try to investigate or find out what's happening, because they're the ones who of going with the flow and giving a positive and saying the positive things about the census, but Liberians are the one who are critical. So why are the national partners? Why are they not saying much? Okay, want to know that too. But the census is very important for our country. Another thing is that about issue about the representative Yankwet, I would never quit. For what? Why should I quit? I should let Bova Chimba quit me. I would never quit. I'll give him help. I mean, I love him. I love the old man. He's strong. Yes. Bova Chimba just, I mean, even if you from the ruling party, the question should be Liberia come first. Above all else, the people, Liberia first. Yeah. That's not about party business.
Let me stop that.
No, but I'll be honest with you.
Don't do that.
Now you want for nothing of me speak up.
You should not quit. But honestly, on no circumstance, no reason why Boba should be the next speaker of the country. Honestly, no. You can't speak about that. From what we have seen, no, he shouldn't be the speaker for the favorite legislature. No, I mean, let for the people that will be elected. But on a serious note, I think they should continue to fight it. And I'm happy on Snow. I love the position he has taken on the census issue. I admire him for that. And then the good thing about it, he has the ear of the president of Liberia. So I'm very sure that he will tell him the things that will better the country. That's what I expect.
So you got a president ear too. What you got a president ear?
Snow got a president ear, trust me.
Johnny, what the last day I saw you in Liberia?
I knew.
What the last day I saw you in Liberia?
There's a reason I threw it in.
Johnny George, what the last day I saw you in Liberia?
So the issue is that
you want to
like a position you have taken, and I hope and so forth.
Can I ask the man? Let me answer that question.
And you see, concerning the drug issue,
the drug issue.
The Biden have taken a strong position on transnational criminal activity. The issue of executive order on it, and countries who are caught up in that stuff gotta be very careful. If I were talking about it, I got a text from somebody very, very influential person said the Americans are very pissed of what happened in Liberia. They are on the ground. They are very looking to it because there's a huge concern of drugs we're talking about. So I hope our authority will take it serious, and those who are involved, they shouldn't allow them to just go with impunity. They should make sure that they are brought to justice because our country is already going through a lot of problems, and we can't afford to see it. But that drug, I don't know for Liberia. I have too much money for Liberia, too much drug for Liberia. By the end of the day, we pray and hope that something will be done. And lastly, I want to say that look, elections around the corner. We are going to elections. Today I heard Cummings spoke today. He followed the Suwa Boyka, and the opposition are speaking about issues in the country. And we're monitoring all of them, watching. And the president is away, we know. We are waiting to see him in Washington, D.C., and then when he returns to the country, we hear what he's going to tell the people of Liberia. We're waiting to see it. This time, I hope Snow can encourage the president when he comes from the long trip, you should address the nation at least.
What the last day I saw you?
And so forth, but anyways, good show, and have a good day. And Snow, I'll see you later, buddy.
And Senator Snow, stand on something we haven't talked about. I don't know if you did. You know, President Biden spoke about Liberia at the G20 summit.
Okay, tomorrow.
Yeah, he talked about this providing an internet, 1 million connection.
Yeah, we.
I thought we missed it. That's all. That's why.
No, we didn't. We didn't. He did.
Yeah, he actually, Liberia was in his speech,
and it's on the newspaper.
Yeah,
we were addressing it more. And well, how can we be addressing the good stuff when the finance minister telling the guys to be stealing? This allegation cover up the good story. That's a problem. Well, this allegation is hard to talk about the goodness of this government, but that's a good thing because indeed Biden said it. And we can also announce while Snow coming, we got some folks. When they say folks, some visitors in the country. Let me remind everyone, the last time they came down with the census, some folks visited Liberia the last 2 weeks. When they concluded on their foundings, census came on Liberia. Sanction came on Liberia. We got folks in the country right now. They are visiting. Seriously, the issue of this census money is a serious discussion. There are also, Honorable Snow, that was part of your note, the biometrics, but we didn't discuss it. They are asking why the NEC is pushing for this company, XM something, that they should be the one, ECAM, that they should only be the one to do their biometrics. They are deeply concerned what David Eto Brown Lasana is pushing. So they are speaking. Once given the permission, we'll raise the conversation here on Spoon Talks. But Liberia have some strange visitors, and they are asking questions. Honorable Snow, can you take us home, please?
Thank you. Thank you. To all fairness to Devetter, I think NEC has passed that stage. They are making significant progress on the biometrics, and maybe in the next few days they should be able to resolve the issue. I doubt if ECAM would be anywhere close to that. So, to all fairness. To respond to Kev, my man from Bomi, who spoke so well, I think his closing was very strong. Let me just say to you, Kev, as my brother and friend, the work of the opposition is to criticize you. If you're waiting for praises from the opposition, bro, you will never have it. Most times I'm on Spoon, and I realized it when I was in Argentina the last time. I like to look at the comments. And the other day I saw some of the comments telling was here, I'm making him laugh. They were cursing me. As they cursed me, I very respond to them. And, it doesn't go under my skin. You have to be strong. People will criticize you. This president you're talking about, he and I have come a long way. Very, very long way. There are two individuals in Liberia that will tell you that they and I have long history. Like George Weah and Musa Benedict. Very long way. But guess what? There have been times when I've campaigned against him. There have been times when I've badmouthed him. There have been times when he had campaigned against me. There have been times when he had badmouthed me. But we've never allowed politics to define our friendship. Never. I've told people I will support the president in 2023. I didn't promise anyone that I would support anybody necessarily from the CDC other than the president. So 2023, there will be areas I will go to with a CDC candidate. You'll see me supporting somebody else. Because my choice, the president and myself had never allowed politics to define our friendship. And I will say this publicly. Stan, yesterday I had a very long conversation with the president on leges. You'll be surprised that most of the information that reached the president on leges have been false information. I was surprised myself. So sometimes we blame the president for everything, which, yeah, he's the head. I mean, he's the head of the country. He takes the blame. But most of the things, we had a long conversation. He himself is not happy about what's going on. He's not happy about it. So, like I said to you, Stan, your show, you may not believe it, but it's making significant impact. I've linked this show to my ECOWAS network. You won't believe how many ECOWAS parliamentarians send me text messages now. They're listening to Spoon, they're doing this. Then the ambassador you hosted it last time, I've linked it to the special rep website. So it's going around on the continent or in our region. It's a good show. Look, my brother, when I asked Kev, when I asked for investigation, it's like, in Liberia, every time I say audit the person, people think you're already guilty just by saying audit the person. Investigate, you could even be vindicated. Kev Hassan, Ben Sanvi in our studio will tell you, or Tamale Josh and I, Tamale been through with me in some of my political struggles. Ben is one of the closest persons I know in this country. I was accused and went to court in Liberia. I was dragged to court along with Chairman Bryant. And if I tell you some of the things that happened during the trial, and just to come out that I was proven not guilty, and still today you read somebody quote, and even on your show they say, "Oh, Snow did the LPRC because I was found guilty, so they're not happy." Even though I'm clear by the court, I got my clearance from the court. I'm clear. Even when they talk about economic crime, Liberia program still say post Snow in there because the court say he's not guilty put it in there, so he got to be guilty for them to be satisfied. So you always have this kind of situation, my brother. But Kev Hassan, whether I support Mr. Weah or not, I will say to you today on this show, I respect you. You got guts. Look, I see you on this show every day with people bombarding you. Some days, and look at the show, I see that guy, I think he and Stella won't speak tomorrow. And the next day, you're laughing, you're joking. The level of maturity, you guys might think that this show is just something ordinary. Stanton, I don't really know much about you, but the little I know about you, you don't need this show. I've never paid a dime before to appear on Spoon Talk. Never. You don't need this show to survive. But the impact this show is making, we may not agree on everything. There are times I disagree with you. The other night when I had a show with you and your WhatsApp posters on it, I debated with you, and then you proved me wrong. That no, you made a statement. And Greg, I didn't even come again, I just left it. That is the line of maturity. So again, I just want to close. Time is fast spent, Kev. I want to say to you, the entire show, I missed that Regency and Mariah tonight, of course. But, it's a good show. It's a good show. And as we go to the elections, I hope you can continue this. I hope this issue about the census will be taken seriously. It's very, very important. It's not just about Liberia, because if it's condemned by the partners, then we've gone nowhere. We've just wasted resources. The issue of NEC, I'm sure they're making some progress. We hope that they can pass those hurdles and find a way to have this biometric thing on course. The election is next year we have 3 English-speaking countries that are going for election. It's very important for our region. Nigeria goes for election in February. Sierra Leone goes for election in June. Liberia goes for election in October. It's very important for our region. And we cannot allow these 2 other countries to have peaceful process, and then we begin to have something else. So our Representative Larry Youngquist talked about interim government. No Liberian should ever dream about going back to interim government. We must exercise our democratic right. We disagree to agree. We fight, we disagree. But at the end of the day, let us reach an understanding for the country. So again, Stan, I want to thank you for this invite. I appreciate the show. I always listen to you. Whether I disagree with you or not, I listen to the show because, again, the show is a family show. I can call my children and say, tune to Spoon and listen to Spoon. Nobody insulting anybody. People disagree, which is just fair. And I just want to say thanks to the team, Ben, Timberlane, Kev Hassan. Kev Hassan, you are a proud son of Bomi County. We're very proud of you. We're happy to have someone like you from Bomi County. And you are a true identity.
Senator, a lot of money for election. You got 5 elections next year. I got a lot of money.
So let me ask you a question.
But why you can't go to your UN General Assembly? You can't get visa. I got $20 million budget for next year.
Yes, you did. I saw that document. But I want to say thank you, Senator Snow. How far Bomi is from Sierra Leone?
And do you know his birth certificate? Why a birth certificate? Why a lot of people Bomi birth certificate?
Let me ask my question. I beg you. Snow, because I've been to Bomi once when I visited the farms, Jose Yima Bwaka farm, the web farm, Bomi. I've been there once. I can see it.
Is it web farm? Is it the Mensa farm?
But I think it's for his wife, right?
No, that's for his wife. The farm is for his wife.
His wife is from Bomi. His wife is from Bomi. He spends more time. He spends a lot of time in Bomi.
But that farm is that's his wife, right? But it's for him anyway.
I mean, for him, yeah.
Yeah, but how far is Bomi from Sierra Leone?
You need to go to Ellis Snow Farm, and then the next time we'll go to
Ellis Snow promise to go there and check out.
I mean, the president of Indochini, I can't rush shoulder the president.
Oh, you also have different reason. I call you. You say, "Oh, I got be okay."
I know, but Snow, let me ask you. Let me answer my question.
Timali, when I saw you were busy with the president, I couldn't disturb your conversation.
You said,
Oliver Snow. How far is Bomi from Sierra Leone? How many hours? How many minutes? Can you help me?
Bomi is close to Liberia and is within the Mano River Basin.
Bomi is
close to Sierra Leone.
Bomi is close to Sierra Leone, rather. It's close to Sierra Leone.
How many hours?
Oh, no, I think it's that long.
I know from Bomi to cross the border.
Yeah.
Maybe an hour and a half, maximum 2 hours.
So Kev can just come by in the same day.
But Kev is a regional citizen. He's a citizen of the region. He needs visa to travel there. Kev is a proud son of Bombing County. I've spoken to people who know Kev family very well, who spoke of his father. I think the father worked for
what the era?
The father worked for FTR of Lens and Man Ministry or something like that, right? Yeah. So I've spoken to people in Bombing that know Kev's parents very well.
Kev's brother, his sister, his step brother Fagon, they all confirmed.
Fagon and myself were together in Bombing. We live with Father Gary together in Bombing.
Yeah, Fagon, his name is AB, right?
He's dead. He's around Jada, man.
Fagon, my man. Fagon, one of my best friends right now.
But listen, though, I think it's very, very interesting for us to discuss Liberia. I would never disrespect anyone that doesn't know. We disagree, we talk, but let's talk about the issue of Liberia. This is where we want us to be. Edwin, listen, let me say this to you, brother. And these guys can attest to it. My man, you go to work in a place, you can't, you just sit there. My man, no fun yet.
Flip channels.
My man, we tired flipping channel. The channel not watching us. When you tell you be on the phone with Kev Hassan to sleep, Kevin, no fun yet, brother. I don't know about all men and I can go, but you want to be in Liberia. You want to enjoy Liberia. You want to have fun. You want to see your families and friends, your childhood friends. And that's what we crowd for every day. We want electricity, stable electricity. We want good, clean.
But electricity is improving now in Liberia.
I heard. We want good internet. We want everything that we.
Since electricity went to Bombing, it never went off. It's 24 hours in Bombing.
Really?
24 hours. It don't shake in Bombing. 24 hours in Bombing. Yes.
Wow. That's impressive, though.
Yeah, but these are the things that we're fighting for. We don't have to be in government to fight.
You're right.
We need those that are in government to do the right thing. So when you say you don't like the way we address the situation, do it right. Be better. And Liberia will be safe. And Liberia will be better. This is all we ask. We don't hate the president.
And guess what?
Our political leaders. But we got to hold them. We got to hold them. I don't know you want to run 2029. Trust me.
You said running 2029. You said running 2029. You myself bottle there. Don't worry.
So breaking news. So yeah, now.
You said one run.
But you know what?
You didn't show now somebody got you love like you said one run 2029.
No.
But Senator, why you not denying it?
Denying what?
But deny you want to record. The message you want to
run. All right, but let Edwin Snow answer. Edwin Snow, you want to run 2029, right?
After you want to president?
You and I will bother 2029.
Edwin Snow, you want to run 2029, right? I ask Edwin Snow now. I'm begging you back.
He's not ready. Message running.
Oh wait, I didn't hear it. Hey, Georgie. I mean, Georgie, wait. Yeah, Honorable Snow, you are running 2029, right?
2029, you and I will bother.
No. Answer the question. Are you running 2029?
2029 will decide 2029.
Exactly.
People carry the message.
And you just answer the question, you will decide 2029. We are doing this because we love Liberia. We are doing this because we want to see Liberia. Liberia need to be better. It's not about any future political ambition. We are doing this for Liberia to be better.
I'm just kidding, though. I know that very well. You're right.
Yeah.
And when the US they connect the 1 million people to internet, many people will be watching Spoon Dog. So the people can say Spoon Dog.
Let's talk about it tomorrow. I got this.
People can say Spoon Dog can reach in the village. You know what is 1 million more people on internet?
That's for Liberia alone, Ben.
Liberia alone. When I read the thing, I was so impressed. He said it in his speech.
But it's
C-Square. It's called C-Square. You go on the White House website there.
It's there as well.
The project is called C-Square, connecting 1 million Liberians to fiber optics from Guinea, Ivory Coast, Liberia. I mean, they investing all that money. Yeah,
that's very good.
Very good. He announced it at the G20. I thought that was very good.
I thought that was released.
Yeah, but let's pray Liberia will get better. 2029, folks will decide. It's a good thing for Edwin Snow.
The more people get information, the more.
That's why he's supporting George Manawia, because if George Weah wins again, it will be a level.
That's my political calculation on Snow part.
Chairman, If Joe win, everybody free to fly.
But that's what I'm saying.
Win or Boyka win, then you gotta wait for the
potential second term.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
It was a smart political move.
Yeah, and Lord just being boys. Breaking news. Snow and Snow will be at a ballot box in like Brock 2029.
Already.
Okay.
Hey, you see that show? Somebody see it right there.
Lord just being bad boy.
Yeah, but your body was a good show.
But I can tell you one thing for free. If I ever decide to do that, the one person I want myself will be Kev Hassan.
Kevigo.
But here's the thing. That's the thing, right?
Very consistent.
But here's the thing. If you ever decide to do that, you want Kev Hassan. But I will have to make the decision whether Kev Hassan comes to you or not.
The poor bombing will decide that, don't worry.
They will go in the bombing zones. They'll go in there. But you know, before we go, I want to say something. You know, sometimes the folks most of the folks on the other side they are, sometimes I wonder if Kev, I think they would really want a Kev to be supported. Like,
I'll answer that real quick. So I spoke to Mariah. I spoke to our brother, front page, running shit. He said, my man, everybody want a Kev.
Yeah.
Of course.
No, I'm dead serious. Everybody want a Kev Hassan. Red, white, or blue, yellow, purple. Everybody want a Kev Hassan.
It's true.
Because you know why? That's Kev Hassan.
The man who, when the president hugged him, tears that came from his eye.
And you know, let me disclose this also.
And you look at Kev WhatsApp picture and that picture.
Let me disclose this to you, Ben. Let me disclose this to you too, The president genuinely likes Kev Hassan.
Of course.
He says that all the time. He likes Kev a lot. He's a good guy. I like him.
But you know how it is. The president like everybody that will praise him. If you don't praise him, he don't like you.
Not necessarily.
Not
necessarily. No, I will defend the president on that basis.
But still, let another good know about big about.
No, but I'm not choosing. I will defend the president.
No, not true.
Don't put me in a situation I can't handle.
No, I will defend the president on that.
That's the one that said it. Well, let go back.
A lot of people don't know the president. That's the problem. People don't take time to know people.
You say after 2, but man, let's go down by.
And I mean, I was still. I'm not complaining. Why you complaining? I was eating nuts. I eating peanuts. Somebody was calling me on Facebook. They said, "I got that be who they eat it."
I mean, when the people. I was saying this though. I think you know this guy. The guy texted me. He said, "Tell Snow to stop eating on the show. It's unethical."
Somebody told me to see it too. I just start eating.
They should try sitting on a set.
Somebody sent me a message. Start drinking beer on the show. I'm drinking water. They start drinking beer on the show. Somebody sent me a message.
Korean water. Yeah, man. But that's good, man. That's a good thing.
I'm drinking ginger beer.
Yeah,
that beer to end. My own water. That water I drink.
I know I'm not forgetting. Are you going to be the campaign manager for CDC?
No.
You refuse to? Have they asked you?
No.
If they ask you, will you accept?
No.
Will you endorse on McGill?
Yeah, me on point intro with American Nine. That question I'm bringing me, yeah. I am wicked enough to be. My man, I've been on Sanja before. I know what Sanja can do.
Evan, no, I want you to talk. I want you to tell a story on the day when they released you from the session. I don't forget that day. I called Edwin and Joanne. I called Edwin and the vice president together. The day they announced. Edwin went to the marshal to go tell Ellie, take you.
Yeah.
That is it.
What? My man said on 10 years.
10 unbroken years.
10 years.
That's what problem.
Not fun though. Now let me tell you one important thing. Let me answer that question again. I support and I will support the president's second term bid. But I'm not necessarily supporting all of the candidates of the CDC. For example, in Bapol, I'm supporting Amara Connor. He's not a CDC. He's not a CDC candidate. And in other counties, I will support people that may not necessarily be seditious. So being a campaign manager and supporting others from other parties doesn't speak well.
Yeah.
So I will have my independence, I will have my flexibility, I will support the president, but there will be people from the party on the ticket that I will not necessarily support.
The way Edwin Snow can campaign, Edwin Snow that's what campaign. Oh,
I receive information. I receive information, Edwin Snow. Your last visit, you revealed some very important communication between you and the vice president. Have you reached out? Someone reached out to you. Have you spoken to him since then?
Who, the former vice president?
Yes, sir.
No, I intend to reach out to him when I return home. You know, I came from I was in Argentina when I had that show. And then I was in Liberia just for the census. So I got to Liberia 2 days, and then I'm now in Switzerland. So when I get to Liberia, I intend to reach out to him. His father is not my enemy. I think I was being challenged. My integrity was at stake. I said what I say. I did not lie about any situation. It was inconvenient. It was uncomfortable for every side. And I reached out to the vice president. I don't have a problem.
Since you decided to stay, let's stay and just kill the day. What's your take on the rumors of another round of sanction coming out by the Magnitsky at December 9 anti-corruption day?
Well, you know, the Liberia is a strong ally, if I may say, of the U.S. government. And if they feel that there are things happening wrong in the country that they need to correct, or they need to put a stop to, and they come up with these sanctions. And the only thing I hope that we could improve on is to be able to give some form of evidence. You know, Stanton, I was just talking to, when I was responding to Keith just now, I said the same thing. Stanton, I hear some things about myself, and I wonder if it's me people talking about. I wonder. Now, I'll tell you on the show the other night, stand on 90% of Liberians actually believe that our driver was Cyril Allen. You know that? I'm sure you heard that before. The only time I ever worked for Cyril Allen, I was assisting operation manual at LPRC. But people have gone with those lies, and people believe it. So I know Liberia, how we lie on each other. Stand on, you know, I heard that you drink drugs, that's how you get money. And I don't believe it. We lie on each other. We like to tear each other down. We like to bring each other down. So my only thing is that if you accuse someone of wrongdoing, let them face the accuser. Let them present the facts to them. That's what our due process calls for. If I accuse you of something, I should present the facts to you, and then we can challenge it. That's the only thing I pray for, that they will improve on that, and then we can take it from there.
So the issue about this round of sanction coming up, do you think it's direct interference in the election?
I wouldn't know what to call it, because the U.S. government has said that this is not sanction against the government, the individual targeted sanctions. I hope that, you know, again, like I said, Stanton, sometimes there are ambiguities. Sometimes you feel that, well, what's going on? What's happening here? Again, I believe strongly, and that's my position. Jeremiah Kuhn was telling me something. I don't know if he did it already. Jeremiah Kuhn said he's going to read the American embassy or the American government at Eisen. You say, anybody talk with Prince George, you put it on sanction. How so well would they make a senator? So you tell me how so do Nema County people work? If you say I shouldn't talk with the senator, I shouldn't work with him. I'm just saying to all of us, in as much as people are happy about the sanction, people feel it's a good thing, I believe that if I accuse you of something, like on your show yesterday, one thing I like about your show, you will say something, you will publish it, you will bring on the screen and say, here's the evidence, here's what I have. Even if the evidence is questionable, like tonight, careful challenging the thing that EchoBank, it's not in the Microsoft program, it's misspelled or whatever it is, so it was redlined or something like that. But somebody produced something. Accusing someone without the evidence, without providing evidence, it's difficult, son.
I'm sorry, guys. I know we gotta go if you have a question. In your case, no. What did Madam Salif do when you guys were on sanction? Did she request for evidence? Did she ask to investigate, or she just beg and say have mercy upon these guys?
Oh, Stan, the matter of fact, I was on sanction, and that sanction said I had ongoing ties with Mr. Taylor. It said ongoing ties. I say to you today, on this spoon talk, the whole world is listening to me. Since Mr. Taylor left Liberia, I spoke to Mr. Taylor one time, I think 2 days after he got to Calabar. From that day to today, I've never, ever had any conversation with Mr. Taylor. It's painful for me. That's the grandfather of my daughter, of my only daughter. But I'm restrained from doing that. But I was accused of having ongoing ties, and I was placed on
So
sanction.
what did Madam Salif do to remove you out
I'm
of
coming. I'm coming. That's very important. So for 10 years, I could not leave Liberia. Madam Salif, the sanction has a regime. I mean, you can apply, they can delist you, and they have delisted other people even before Madam Salif intervened. So Madam Salif, as you know, have very strong international connections, very strong contacts. And I think she made she appealed, it was a general amnesty for everyone that was on the sanction, except those that had grave, issues with the US government or with the United Nations. But it was a blanket thing that a lot of people got off the list during that period through Madam Salif's intervention. So specifically what she did with her network, I wouldn't be able to know. But I know I got a call from her that, in the next few days, you'll be okay, you'll be delisted. And the matter of fact, the same day, that night somebody called me and said, "My man, you saw your name off the list?" And I couldn't believe it. I mean, that was the best thing that ever happened.
What was your advice to the president? What's your advice to the president about helping those folks that are on sanction?
It's little or nothing the president can really do. The only thing the government could request for, and I think the government should request for, is produce the evidence. Because even if you have to prosecute someone for alleged corruption or anything like that, it's based on what? Like the US government will go and say, well, Fanny Sherman is on sanction, so he should not be allowed to practice law. Or the legal people go and say, oh, he should not practice law. But say based on what? In our jurisprudence, in our jurisdiction, you must be confronted with the evidence. You must face your accuser. And our jurisprudence says you are presumed innocent to proven guilty. Under this sanction regime, you are guilty to proven innocent. So it contravenes with our jurisprudence, it contravenes with our legal system. But then again, what do we do? How do we handle it?
The Honorable Edwin Melvin Snow Jr., we say thank you very much. Go ahead, Chuji.
The sanctions, I tell you, but one thing I've gotten to learn about these sanctions. So how most of the time you ask for evidence, right? The very people in your government, the very people within your own that surround that work with you. They're the ones. You think the people in America just jump and come out with something and say, "Oh, come on this person." And
you're right.
The evidence that they got evidence. Like I was told that they got evidence on certain top officials that they got voice recording of them. So tell me, where they getting it from? The very people come and give the evidence to the people. They're going to tell you who gave it to them. No, don't put that person in danger. So when they come up with these things, sometimes, they come up with, they have all the things before they come up with it. Because for you to get delisted, it's a process. Okay, I know a particular person who got delisted. The person spent money for legal fees and so forth to get delisted. It took them years to do it. So when America come up with these things, they come up with the evidence, they come up with the raw evidence. Say, well, this is it. And at the end of the day, they say, well, we are taking our decision.
So let me throw a question and so you can come in. Do you? From what I know, I got text messages of folks within the government, lawmakers that I know. Folks within the government have requested to speak to some people. Yeah, I will not share those text messages because they are very, very important. Their phone numbers, their requests, everything with me. But I want to ask you, just to what Money is saying, but I want to ask you, can we say now that this government have more people speaking, people talking? I'm not asking for the name. And how can the president, George Manuel, fought against these things? We got more to come. Like you said, somebody will go and tell the American, I saw Edwin Snow smoking weed. Americans say, yeah, is that true? Yeah, give us evidence. Yes, the evidence. Can you?
Standard, it has happened in every government. There's always been intelligence within intelligence. There's always been spy in every system. So it's obvious that people will work in the government and give information, be it true, be it false, in the government. It happens everywhere. It happened in the Doe government, happened in Turbo government, happened in Taylor government, happened in the Salif government. It will happen everywhere. And it's difficult to challenge the American intelligence. It's very difficult. I mean, America has all the might and all the resources to check on things. But guess what? America was wrong in Iraq when they say Iraq had weapon of mass destruction. And you saw what happened in Iraq. Till today, we have not seen a weapon of mass destruction. So there's also a possibility that the information could be wrong. And that's why it's important when Tamerlane said, Tamerlane is now on sanctions, so he can freely say, you don't want someone's life to be threatened by not exposing the person who accused you. But you know how painful it is for someone to accuse you of something, and sometimes it's not true, and you cannot face your accuser. It's a difficult process. It's a very difficult look. I'll say to you tonight, Stan. The first day when Magay went on the sanction list, we had an interview. I think I was in the Gambia, and we talked about it. One of the nicest person in the real government today that I can count that I dealt with was Antonio Magay. He's a nice guy. I never had any issue with him. The matter of fact, after the election when I did not support the president, who's my good friend, and he had his own apprehensions, he felt bad I didn't support him. It was Magay who was one of those responsible even bringing that relationship together. Magay have always respected me. He took my call when there were issues, we discussed it. He always had a listening ear. I still remember Magay asking me to help him, help supervise or get the contractors to help with the work at the executive mansion to get the mansion where it is today. Today, I cannot even go and visit Magay. I cannot associate with him because I don't want to be listed. You know how painful it is? It's a difficult thing. It's like seeing your loved one during the days of when COVID was raging. Your loved one is dying from COVID, and you can't hug the person, or from Ebola, and you can't hug that person, give them the last hug before they die. It's very painful, Stanton. It's very, very painful. But then again, what do you do? It's quite unfortunate. But I mean, my thing is, I don't have a problem with people being sanctioned for doing the wrong thing, but I would prefer we to give the evidence. And Liberia, it's unfortunate, Chief, but we really don't like each other. Tomorrow morning, Stanton, they put you on sanction. Tomorrow, go on Facebook. See how many people will be happy that you're on sanction.
See one who can be clapping.
You will be surprised. So that's the country we live in. People, we don't like to see each other. We don't like to see each other prosper. We just don't like each other. It's sad about our country. It's sad to say that about us, but we just don't like each other.
But then you're a lawmaker. Liberia is a sovereign state. What are you guys putting in place to challenge some of these things? To question the American.
Stanton, the sanction is, for example, going to America is not a right; it's a privilege. So for the Americans to issue a visa, it's not a right; it's a privilege. There are other Americans that are telling you we're not give you a visa to our country, and no financial transaction will be channeled through our banks. And as you know, SWIFT codes are channeled through the U.S. system. So all they're doing is to say, this SWIFT code, you will not have access to it, and you will not have visa to come to our country. So how can I challenge them?
I'm not saying push them, but can we say that the president have a good, maybe our foreign minister, if we ever have one, to say, you know what, request a meeting, not with the ambassador now, his counterpart, says, oh, you got to help us in this. We agree that you're putting this allegation out there, put our folks on sanction, but help us. Where are the evidence? We want to persecute. We want to push this thing. If we ever have a good foreign minister, can you guys strengthen them? Can you guys, the lawmaker, work on these things? I'm not saying cause them up, deny them, fuss with them. No, diplomatically, where are we?
Stanton, you know, if I was the president, if I could advise the president on this matter, we need to revisit Liberia's foreign policy. We just need a whole overhaul of our foreign. Look, Stanton, for example, you can go to the American embassy in Liberia with a Ghanaian passport or Guinean passport or Sierra Leone passport. If you're qualified for a visa, you can get a 5-year visa in that passport. You cannot get more than 1 year visa in a Liberian passport. You cannot get more than 1 year. Maybe I'm wrong, but I know that it's difficult to get more than a year visa in a Liberian passport. And this happens all over the world. The Lebanese people right in Liberia, they go to the American embassy, they get 10 years visa in the passport, 5 years visa in the passport. You cannot get more than 1 year visa in your passport, as close as we should be to America. So my thing is, I think since the 1980 coup, since the brutal execution of President Talbot, Liberia foreign policy with the U.S. government have not come back to its status, and we need to work on that. I thought Madam Salih would have had the opportunity to really work on it. Unfortunately, that did not happen. The president has an opportunity. He's going to the White House in December. Next month, he'll be at the White House. Maybe that's something he will put on his agenda. The Democrats, now they're in power, they could look at try to revisit Liberia's foreign policy and see how best we can have a better relationship with the U.S. government.
Yeah, but Senator Snow, these things don't happen overnight, though. These things, it takes time. Like, for instance, if the president advisor or advising him, he knows he had a visit in December to the White House. Now, the question is, what groundwork has been laid before he would get to Washington, D.C. to meet with Biden, to meet with Biden? There should have been groundwork laid. Right now, the ambassador, I think I just saw your question for his confirmation. I don't know whether you are finally confirming, but
it's confirmed.
Okay, it's confirmed. Okay, so but now your foreign minister should have been here, up and down, and making all these things happen. And honestly, in the past, Liberian officials always appear for the embassy to go for visa. They had a process. They send a communication and they send it to the embassy, the consular section, and it will go. But nowadays, I've seen a denying official government visa. That's is a question. The issue should be a lot become a lot of questions, right? So, but it takes, for instance, even prior to this sanction that were imposed, I got information was that the warning sign came. They were even advising the government, the president thing about certain issues, certain things or looming. But whether the president took the advice, we don't know. But these things don't just come overnight, though. And that whole session, it all just happened. That day, the ambassador came out with that stuff. It was left. It took a long time. So, like for instance, the first thing I can tell you, now they say I saw a communication where our foreign minister is they're complaining him to the ambassador at the UN, the US people. I saw that communication. So he been on an investigation. So tell me, why would the president still keep this man there? Honestly, what he really doing in that position? On a serious note, what he really doing in that position? All I see him do, go with the president, like anywhere he go, he behind us all. But back in the day, I saw Money Captain. He was in various capitals. When you hear he's in France, in Paris. I mean, you say he was in Washington. You are making this case, okay, to make moving around. But the foreign minister of Liberia, you can't just be one place sitting down and all. You can't in Washington here for the UN before the president should come. He should have been here before the president come without UN assembly. But instead, he came back. He was just to one place. I mean, once the president had the foreign minister had a meeting on the sidelines with the president. 1 year ago, he's speaking from BBC Today. He just had a meeting with the French foreign minister or the British foreign minister. But we don't hear nothing. On a serious note, when the president goes somewhere, I see him pop up at all. So
quickly. No, and I'm not going to focus too much on the 4 minutes. I mean, everybody is documented that. Everybody's not laughing because it's documented what my opinions are on Minister Kimaya, who, by the way, I know he's a good friend. During the political season when he will move, but it's just I think he has just underserved and has not done well. But I just want to highlight something what you're talking about, Snow, and just to even push what Tomini is saying, like even the Taylor administration, the Taylor administration didn't have the best relationship with the U.S., right? But our Minister of Foreign Affairs then, Monique Captain, was very frequent in Washington. pushing the case. I mean, there was always a presence. There was always a presence. In fact, I think Monique Captain became the foreign minister who represented his president at more events than any other Liberian president. Monique Captain actually signed the AU document. You know, Monique Captain was the one who went to he I think all the UN appearances, he attended all of them. But again, like I said, there was a presence in Washington. He could come to Washington, D.C. He could engage the State Department. He knew there were warnings. The Thomas Pickering visit, we all know. I mean, we were there. The Thomas Pickering visit that gave the warning that something was going to happen. Our own intransigence. All of those things happen. I think, and just to back what Tomini is saying, I think there's a need for, like you said, a reset. There has to be a reset, and that reset has to happen on multiple fronts. Multiple fronts. I was excited when I saw Monique Captain back in the circle of the government. Right? I'm not saying make him foreign minister, but listen, there are a lot of people, and I think one of the mistakes this government made was not to utilize Mrs. Salif. I think Mrs. Salif would have been such a great asset to heck, whatever you needed her to do, right? So I think there has to be a reset on the issue of sanctions. For me, I think, listen, the U.S., like you said, they have their own intelligence. I tell people all the time, listen, there's one country, yes, sometimes they get it wrong, but I tell you, the skill is very high. They figure out a way. But in the end, I think we remain they remain our traditional ally. And it's almost like a tough love kind of situation. But I'm glad that President Weah is coming to Washington, D.C. That's why when some Liberians were saying, oh, they won't demonstrate or they won't stop him from coming. No, I think he should come. I think he should engage the U.S. I think he should be able to engage people so that we can see where this. I don't think we have bad relationship with the Americans. I think there are just some challenging spots that we need to work on, but we need the right emissaries to be able to drive the agenda, because these things don't happen on the fly. You are in a competition. There are other smaller countries. Liberia is not a country of consequence when it comes to America. They don't wake up in the morning and think about Liberia. So you have to be able to have the right people to be able to drive that narrative and drive that message. And that's where I think there is some lapse with this administration, and I hope they can correct it.
It's President Weah, I beg you, before you come in, Honorable, it's President Weah coming to have a one-on-one meeting with Joe Biden?
Well, that could be by request or by invitation. I don't know the protocols surrounding the visit, but it could be. I don't know. But the issue, Tamale talk about underground, groundwork and all those kind of things. I would be surprised if nothing of such is happening. I think the government by now should have something in place. Sometimes, I remember last night when I told you I was in Switzerland, you said you reached, you have my job. At the ECOWAS Parliament, I chaired two strategic committees together. So I chaired the Foreign Relations and the Security Committee. And the 3 years or so that I've chaired this committee, even before I chaired this committee in the last legislature, the 4 years before this 3 years, the former speaker then from Senegal, he used me a lot in the same role. So I've gotten to understand a lot about diplomacy. What we call it parliamentary diplomacy. But we know when we want something from a country or from the president, it's not just on one appearance. You have to send people in, you have to get people to do some groundwork, you have to meet the president at least 3 or 4 times before you get relaxed with each other and then can freely chat and all the kind of things. So I agree with you. But then again, our Constitution gives the president the right to work with who he wants to work with. And I'm sure the president is pleased and he thinks that Mr. Kamian is doing a good job. Who am I to question the president's judgment? I mean, that's what that's who the president wants. And so that's who the president has.
Let me ask you a question. Are you coming along with the president to the Biden visit?
No, I was not invited by the president. No, I'm not. No.
Oh, but the president didn't ask you to come.
No.
If he asked you, will you come?
Well, but if he asked me, I'm sure I would. I mean, I don't have a very. I do have a schedule, but if he asked me, I would love to. But he didn't ask me, and I have other engagement as well.
Yeah, too many wanted me to ask you the question. So I had to just ask.
No. I like questions. I like the interaction.
I don't know why you didn't ask you. Why you say I should ask you? I don't know. You texted me. You said
Same difference. Same difference.
Honorable Edmund Snow Jr., thank you very much, my friend. We appreciate
Great,
you.
man. Always great to catch up with you, Mamlaju.
Ben, I'll see you for long, my man. When you come in
I'll hit you up. So trust me. We gotta have a call after this show, though.
Christmas?
Yeah?
You guys coming for Christmas?
I want to come if they do the voter registration thing. I'm trying to gauge that schedule because I have to come and register. So
You asked
a bad question on the you're gonna put a situation in front of our plans. Please don't ask that question.
Oh, you want?
All right. But there will be voter registration soon. There will be biometric voter registration.
Yeah, once we.
But
I don't work for NEC, but I know
that. He said they're making progress. That's the most important.
NEC is making progress. Yeah. They're making significant progress. I think they're off the grounds. They're doing extremely well, and I think it wouldn't be ECAM. I think they have reached that decision.
Real quick, I know the voters roll.
We got to meet up.
But with the biometric, the voters roll will be clean.
Yeah.
I forgot this one though. I beg you, you really gonna help us, guys. Put the Musability flag on. Put the Musability Liberty Party. What's going on? They said Delon and Ability were talking, right? But tomorrow now they're going to NEC.
But why you asking Snow? Let me tell you.
Already playing.
I want Snow.
It's the process. The process is just.
Thank you, Ben.
Don't create no crisis or nothing yet. It's the process.
No, it's not the process. No, it's not.
The process.
No.
It
is ask me my question.
But Snow ain't got to talk about it. Snow not about
to deal with the issue.
I cannot ask Snow my question.
No. We override you on this one. Put it down, James.
Put it down, James. You know I don't Snow. Listen, I'm out.
Thank you.
Is so fair, okay.
Thank you. Yeah, you're not gonna come make no news.
We're the outcome tomorrow for NEC. We'll get what NEC was
exactly. Don't mind you.
Right? And don't let me call names though, because I spoke to somebody today. They said they see that they were being played. So I see that they were being played, Edwin Snow. So therefore they will take the high road. Don't mind back on the
the process will play itself out.
Man,
we walking and chewing gum. They consider it a high happening. We walking and chewing gum.
So we size Charlene Bronski on.
What do you mean? Charlene Bronski is a member of the Liberty Party.
The Liberty side.
Oh, that's one Liberty Party. Charlene is one. She's a part of the Liberty Party.
All right, Ben, who your chairman? Ben, you in Liberty Party. Who your chairman?
Who's ability? That's not a question.
And who your stand-up bearer? Who your political leader?
I don't have a stand-up bearer.
Who your political leader?
Bearer for Liberty Party.
Who your political leader?
No stand-up bearer for Liberty
Party. Who your political leader? Who your political leader?
Yomika Lawrence.
Say that again.
Let's move forward.
Who your political leader? Who your political leader?
Y'all will not get me caught up in your thing.
Who your political leader, Ben?
Y'all will not get me caught up in your thing.
But Ben, be fair now.
No, I'm not a guest. I'm not a guest. I am not going to bring.
Then why is it not so easy for you to say Yomli Kanga Lawrence is my political leader? Why can't you say that?
But you just said it.
No, why can't you say
No, but you just said it.
All right, Ben, I agree with you, Ben. Ben, who your vice chair for political affairs?
Liberty Party. Who
the vice chair for political affairs?
Liberty Party is moving forward. That's all you need to know. You forget about it. Having said that, I think my time is up on the show. Let me send a shout out to Ade Capta, Mooney Capta, and the Grace Banner. And Snow, Magan said she sent you message privately, but check it. She said
I'm not speaking to Magan cooking all the
Ambassador Richard Diggs, all our people who are listening, they've been hanging on. And a shout out to Melissa.
Please accept their greetings because he appeared on the show once a week.
To Melissa.
So please accept his greeting. You will not see it again till next week.
Stanton.
Yeah.
You know, the only thing the only reason I would have loved to go to the president to America, I miss Macan food. One of the best
Oh
Liberian
yeah,
kitchen.
yeah.
One of the best Liberian kitchen I've ever tasted food from is from Macan. And honestly, I mean, when
I was there the other day.
Ben called Macan eat and I got hungry straight, my brother. That girl can cook. She correct. So I encourage you all to continue going to her restaurant.
Folks that know Macan in the Liberian community, let's rally around her that she can have her own spot because she's cooking from home, right? And she built her deck. People go and sit. It's a nice gathering, but I hope Liberians listen to us. Let's rally around her. She can have one of the biggest African restaurants down south of Maryland. And I think she needed help of every one of us.
Yeah,
she's
good.
They are jacket.
I'm pleading to you. Can you rally around her? You
put me in a situation I have to go and explain, Kev.
My man, Kev, I agree with Kev. CEO, can you rally around Macan, please?
There are discussions already.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please, I beg you. She's a decent person.
There are discussions.
She's a very nice lady. When I went there, thank God, I put my wife on the phone. She sent a jacket and rest and everything to my wife. And, and my wife appreciate. And I don't know what's too much in laughing. And, and we have fun. But that was a good thing. I just pray that we rally around her. Seriously.
Fortunately, she treats somebody in Liberia how to cook, and the person can cook for me, so at least I can be for her.
Oh, are you in? No, let me leave that one. Ben, you said we're talking to.
She got a restaurant. Yeah. She got a sub restaurant like Liberia I can eat from.
Really?
Very good.
You're dragging us to get into trouble. Let's leave you alone.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We say
and it's talking about the last person you will push on radio. The last person you will push on radio. Forget it.
No.
All right, stand. I know you're not a member of the PUL, but PUL going for election. Who are you supporting?
They wrote me, and I told the manager to take care of them. I don't know any one of the folks that are running, so I won't tell you.
I know what it means.
I begged to join the PUL of Liberia. I begged them. I said I want to be part of the PUL, and nobody have ever looked my way. They say I'm not a journalist. I'm not a talk show host. I shouldn't join. I said okay. I like the organization. I spoke to Madam Titi. I got 2 bosses. I wanted to donate to them, but they rejected me. They say I'm not a journalist. So,
all right, I will advocate for you. I'm a friend of the PUL. I will advocate for you.
Yeah, advocate for me.
You supporting somebody?
I own a radio station, so my people. My staff have their own candidates. I can't get involved with that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, James got their own candidate. They wrote me.
I know what her name. I know.
All right, good day. Who you supporting? Good day, who your candidate?
I will support anybody good they support.
Good day, who your candidate?
Even if my support will be useless. Oh, I'm not there.
I mean, you got a voice, man.
All right, who you favor?
I favor Julius.
Julius Rufus is a good guy.
Rufus, who do you support, Rufus?
Daniel.
You are muted, Rufus. You are muted. Rufus, you gotta unmute.
But I heard Rufus saying Daniel.
No, that James said it.
Oh, okay.
Rufus, can you unmute? All right, Rufus.
All day, Rufus not unmute.
When election? When election?
I mean, James, unmute the man. What are you doing?
This weekend, this weekend.
Okay.
Who do you support?
I support the Daniel Yankona.
Oh, that Daniel running to
Daniel buy your ticket.
Oh my, okay, I plead the
Daniel
Yankona. 2 of my friends.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah.
Well, I don't know them. I don't say anything.
I know Julius very well.
Yeah, Julius is. I know Julius more than I know Daniel.
Yeah, me too. Julius is a very good individual.
He's very good. He's very sharp.
I thought I saw a female was running.
Julius,
no.
Julius
as vice president.
2 female running as vice president.
Yeah, to the both male candidates.
I'm agile man.
When is the election? When?
This coming weekend.
I'm an agile friend.
No, well, we can bring them on the show and let them talk to us.
You part of agile,
okay, I will reach out to them.
Yeah,
bring them on.
Good day, in Banga now. They go Banga today.
Joe Mason.
Yeah, we can talk to them from there.
But in Banga. You think
Congress is tomorrow. The election.
No, man, will be busy now. I think campaign close tomorrow. The last day of campaigning.
Yeah.
Oh wow, we missed them.
Yeah,
we missed them. But we wish them well, and the best person should win.
Yeah.
To save PUM. I think we wish them.
And the best person is Daniel Yankona.
Man, no campaign here.
And good day, what you say?
But you know what? You know what hurt me though, Honorable Snow.
I said, Julius.
Snow, listen to this one. All the young men and women, right? They're hustling to bring the news to the Liberian people. They will walk from Broad Street to Capitol Hill. They will walk under the rain, the sun. They will get on Pempe and Keke. They will stop to the bus stop just to hustle and bring you the best story, right? They need our help. We all have to rally around the PUL to elevate them, that it shouldn't take money to cover up a story. You know, and that's my appeal to them, because they are decent.
I wonder how.
They are good people. And you know why they do it though? They will have to go to Capitol Building and wait for Honorable Snow to get them $10 to pay their way home. So
the journalists like, bro, don't beg for money. That's not true.
What do you mean that's not true? I get a lot of them. So how to do it? Tell us how to do it.
For their work.
You have never transferred them, any of them home?
No, they don't beg for money.
Well, maybe it's not you. What I received it, and I was so tempted. I got a bus, a van. Yeah, James and Rufus. I asked my management team, I said, can you give it to them? You know what's the problem? Seriously, I had a long conversation with them. I think I told Kev Hassan this. They need transportation. Those are at the Capitol Building, they need transportation. At least drop them on the main street. Let it find a way home. You guys got to really think. I don't know the money given to press, what the government doing if you guys give them any money, but this is getting serious. As they go for this election, we have to elevate the discussion and help them. Young men and women, and, you know, if they go do your coverage when you were running for your election, you turn around and get them $10, $20 to pay their way. Those are not, it shouldn't be. I mean, you gave them freedom of speech, help them. Their pay should be able to take care of the family. Not $100 a month, not $150. Pay them something good. Provide transportation. The children should benefit from the services. And these are the things we need to talk about. You own a radio station, I do, Musa Benete, and all the folks own stations in the country. Let's help them. And you're good, man, Snow. I know you are trying with your group, but let's pay them well.
My station well paid. My station manager has a vehicle. They're well paid, and I don't owe them.
I hear what you do, but we really have to elevate them. For my guys at the radio station, I'm not saying it beyond them. They can tell you. They all receive vehicles. They all receive iPhone 13 Plus or 14. They all receive best. It's because
that's the last time. The last time I went home, I took iPad for all my people at the station.
That's good. We have to help elevate them. We got to encourage them, and the family should benefit from the services to the nation, not to only our network. So I would encourage those that are running to be very serious, to keep their eyes on the prize.
The matter of fact, what I'm hearing right now, because the manager at my station, a very smart young man called Meloshi Ravers, the whole team there, I'm even giving them equity in the station. So I'm doing the article, redoing the shares and giving them shares in the station so that they become owners, so that, you know, not just me.
That's what I also appreciate you for your chief of staff. That's good. I saw it.
Oh yes, that was very touching. Yeah.
Good.
That's a good thing. So I hope we can bring Musa Benete here as well and beat on him too. Because I heard that his station, 9 of the workers went on strike. He didn't pay them for 3 months. Musa Benete.
I mean, Musa, yeah, so let's forget about Musa. Let's talk about put out on the show. Let's talk about put out on the show. The person who not here, that did it out.
Ben, but why you look at me, Ben?
Because
ain't no Musa Marvin.
Exactly. I get it. I mean, got a different Musa.
Ah, man, smell that go, man. It's late, but have a good night, man. It's
No, but it
after-
was good, man. It was a good chat. It was a
Yeah.
thanks to Good Day and Rufus. I mean, it's late there and still in the studio for us. I appreciate
No,
it.
Good Day is in Europe.
Good Day in
Good
Europe.
is in Europe.
Where are you in Europe?
In between Brussels and Poland.
I'm in Poland.
He's covering the war in Ukraine.
Okay, because I'm going to Brussels for the weekend.
Wow.
So
I just forget paging a password, you know.
I got 3 passport clipped together.
Wow.
I mean, it's amazing to see who you have transformed, how you've transformed. And I say it all the time, and I should say it publicly. I mean, I know you from way back, and it's amazing. When I see you, I'm amazed as how you've navigated this political landscape. And, you know, not only locally, but on the international level. I mean, every time I see your picture, the ECOWAS, and I told you the other day, I said, I think it was one of the smartest decisions you made to go to ECOWAS. It just exposed you, and I think you deserve some credit representing the country the way
And
you
somebody would met somebody at the Mancan place, and she said Edwin Snow is the best.
Yeah.
Though she would not agree with everything. You've
done well. You've done.
Ben, strangely, Ben, just I think yesterday or so, I was looking at your page. I think you posted something with your family.
Yes, yes.
And I was looking at that, my picking Ben got all the children. He really been working hard.
Yeah, man.
I just Ben having some sleepless nights, but man, I'm so proud of you.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah.
Listen, let me leave.
You come a long way. You know, let me get you one story. You know, the first time I met Edwin Snow, you know, the conference center. You know Edwin Snow's speech? Edwin Snow was getting ready to introduce the president, right? He was MPYC, youth chair or the MPP. He said, I'd like to introduce the man. And I know the man who can say, somebody remember? He said that 4 different times. I tell you, he waited until the president walked outside and attacked him. He said, my man, but it was a long time ago.
Yeah. Back to leave.
Yeah.
It's after 8 on this.
Yeah, I think it was. But Kev, you too quiet. What happened, Kev?
No, let me tell you something. Tiola just said, kept quiet because we ain't talking bad about the president. If anybody has said something negative in the conversation about the president, you are going to see something.
But still, you see, we had a good show tonight because Kevin and Mariah not together.
I know, right?
You call Mariah, you call me too. Yeah, you see.
No, positive. A positive
comment. Yeah. Let me go. Yeah, I see you.
Personal.
Stan, thank you, man. It was a good show. Thank you.
I try not to say what I want to say. I will get myself in trouble because now, maybe to be afraid of Snow. So let me.
Yeah, no, don't try it. Stanton, I'm telling you. Listen, I'm warning you publicly. Don't do it.
Stan.
Them nigga.
I can reply to every bill I receive.
Nigga. Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't do it. Don't do it Slawe. Don't do it when you leave it because when you come out, he will respond to you.
I can reply to every mail that I receive.
Let me leave.
Leo. Leave. I know him.
But you say we having a conversation after this?
Yeah, we'll talk. Yeah.
Everybody in the chat room.
Well, yeah, that internal.
Not big because we said Dylan coming, you want stuff.
No, not Dylan, man. What you got with Dylan? Dylan, I thought of Dylan yesterday. Yeah.
Rufus, thank you very much. Good day. We want to say God bless you guys.
I want prediction for 2023.
Yes, sir.
And we can mark it down.
Don't talk no because I can just see his face.
2023
up to a mischief.
2023. Ben will support Cummins. Timberley and Stanton will support boycott. Kev will support, as usual, we are. Mark it down.
Let me make my comment first.
Mark it down.
Yeah, but let me make my comment first. Let me do this. It's important for me to speak on it. And I don't, if I call God in something, it's serious. 2023. Two things will happen from my end. I either don't support anybody and allow the Liberian people to decide, or I support somebody who is not in the race right now.
Wow.
Yes. If everything remains constant, that would be me.
That's a big question. No.
Listen to me.
When you say everything remain constant and it's part of the whole thing now. No.
No, because I want to be very clear. Honorable Snow, listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
It is important that we give political leaders the time to do a turnaround.
Mm-hmm.
If it remains as it is, then I will ask the Liberian people to vote their conscience. I will encourage them, but I will not endorse anyone. Because
stand on.
Honorable Snow.
Go ahead.
Because you know why? It is important for every Liberian to exercise the constitutional right. It is true that I have to take a side, but as it is right now, brother, I have not seen that person in the race for me to support. And I'm speaking this from the bottom of my heart.
Rufus and good day. You're taking note, eh? That is since standing the other day, last week, you're telling us how you will bring investors in Liberia, he will raise money, he will do this, he will support Kennedy. Tonight, he not change your market.
And I love
come back on the scene show.
And I love the fact that you always follow me.
And come on the scene show.
They don't want to give up.
Don't watch it. Don't watch it.
Nobody, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. Right now, I'm still.
Somebody say in active citizen, right?
No, but I think you made a mistake. Your configuration is off.
Okay.
If you understand yourself, your configuration is off, because I will tell you this. As it is right now, like I said, I have no desire or support to anyone. If any one of them should make a turnaround, and I think they take the country to heart, I will support them.
But you play with words, man.
I'm not playing with words. You're a politician. Tell me the truth. What you're saying right now, who in the race ready going to
stand on?
No, don't push me. I will not take this for you bad.
Yeah, you're endorsed to now.
Stand on. Stand on. Be clear. Say I will do it or not. That is talking. Say anybody turn around. To turn around, any problem there?
No. My advisor telling me I shouldn't give you any.
You were endorsed after everything what you did.
That man got Kennedy. Don't matter, man. Ben, got Kennedy.
Don't watch it. You were endorsed.
I can bet you anything. Stand on with endorse Joseph Boyka. Take it from me.
I think you're wrong.
All right.
Like the other folks will say I will endorse Cummings. People are saying I'm going to endorse George Banner. But I will endorse
Cummings. You know why you're not endorse Cummings? Why? You're looking for a one-term president for 2029.
Oh, Evan Snow. And I told you that in the show.
And Cummings will not be. If Cummings win, he will not be one term. You want to support somebody that will have one term, and you will support.
But Honorable Snow though, it's 823 over here. I don't know what.
You call it a term. I don't look at you. I told you about the man. Now you go.
Kev, I'll talk to you, man. Take care, brother.
All right, my brother. All right.
All right, guys. I'm going to go to kind of Brussels and hang out the weekend.
I say you might arrange for him to come.
No problem. Text me. Give me a number.
Well, so I got money. So I want $1 million, bro. You talking about?
Yeah, told me this.
I'm a farmer. Don't let boy put me on sanction. I ain't got money.
Yeah, your farm.
I'm selling palm oil. I'm selling palm oil in Liberia. I'm a palm oil seller.
All right, guys. See you.
All right, guys. Good show.
In Union Census show, we've got above our rights to prove we overall prevail. We've had to enhance our country cause defending. We meet the fold with valor and pretending. Also honor for being here. For and on behalf of the management of this noble institution, Fabric 101.1, Spoon 107.5, and Super 95.5. My name is Rufus Devon Conant, bidding you a pleasant good morning. Bye-bye.